I'm never signing out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. No two real hitting with a rhythm rhyme. Tim's on cause it's cold in the wintertime. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank like it's intertwined.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to day two and the finals day of the first qualifier of GG League. My name is Abdullah, also known as Tox or Toxi, and I'm joined by the beautiful, handsome Ramon and JT. How are you guys doing today?
Pretty good. I mean, it's been a good couple of days for us right now. Already done with the first day. We already kind of see how the playing field has been looking out for us today, and I really leveled my expectations for a lot of these teams here. I'm just hoping for really good games today to start off this first qualifier.
Mm, exactly. Actually, I'm hoping this time around there's gonna be 2-1s because we never really saw that happen at all. It's been full of 2-0s yesterday. I believe in the games that were even not on stream, they were all 2-0s as well. So coming into the final day of the first qualifier, I'm hoping to see more closer games. But it's still gonna be difficult knowing that we've seen the performance of God's Reign and Aimstar, which were shown on the stream itself. And may I just say, 5-7s. I don't know about it, but it's just winning up against buy rounds, and it's just crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I sure hope we see some more craziness as well from the matchups we have. We have two semifinals and a final. One semifinal is going to be played offline, off stream. Meanwhile, we're gonna be streaming the first match of the day, which is gonna be between God's Reign and No Hard Feelings. Now, before we get into the match, I want to thank PLG, EasyQ for this tournament, as well as Faceit for providing the platform, and myself for MESL, because that's the hub. And we're really happy that we have such opportunities for the Middle East, GCC in specific, and South Asia to play against each other. And this is just the first qualifier. There's another qualifier in October, so make sure you participate in that if you haven't had the chance in the first one. Also, we have giveaways on stream today. That's going to be 3 months free subscriptions to MESL, so you guys can enjoy some hardcore CS in our hub, and hopefully you enjoy and win some cash prizes that can be up to $1,000. All right, back to our matchup. We do have God's Reign, our last Indian team here, and probably the
Mhm.
favorites in this competition. And we also have No Hard Feelings, which is basically a lineup, a mix of players from the UAE, from Qatar, from all GCC, but mainly the UAE. Now, if you look at the scores, maybe Ramon, you've also noted this. Both teams had an easier path coming here. I mean, God's Reign 13-4. I think second one was 13-7 or 8 or something like that. It was also a single digit. And if you
Yeah.
look at the other matchup, it was 13-1, 13-5. Do you think this is going to be as close as, or is it going to be one sided?
I mean, we're kind of already at the deeper end of the barrel, if I do say so myself, right? So I'm kind of expecting this a little bit to be a little bit more close. We got the best Indian team right here, already proven since we already knocked out their fellow Indian comrades from the first qualifying match yesterday. So God's Reign already set the expectation high, heralding up with the name because of Finn's really good lurking, because of Fired Up's really good entrying. And it's only a matter of time before Bavi is also going to get called up because his calling has been top and superb. So for God's Reign, it's going to be very good on my expectations alone. I feel like Aimstars also had some form of expectations as well. It wasn't as dominating compared to how God's Reign also performed. So, but it's still pretty good. A pretty good margin to look out for, right? But you can also expect No Hard Feelings and Wawa to pull out something surprisingly massive, right? Because we haven't seen them in their stream games before because their games weren't streamed at all. So maybe they might pull something out of the hat.
Prize pool is $5,000. That's something that we are pulling out of our hats and giving it to you, to the winners in this competition. So, good cash prize. Each qualifier has its own breakdown, and you can be first or second. You can get a prize pool. Even if you reach the playoffs and you place third, you also get some cash. This is a good incentive as well for the teams. It's a good way to practice and prepare for what's coming for this year and next year. And JT, we do have the veto, so it went like I don't have the bans, but I have the picks. So first map is gonna be Nuke, which is picked by No Hard Feelings. We've seen them, or I've seen them win 13-1 yesterday. But I don't think it was really like maybe their opponents weren't as good as God's Reign. And then the second map is gonna be Inferno, which we've seen God's Reign dominate 13-4, and the third I think is Ancient, if I'm not mistaken. So JT, looking at this veto, do you think it favors any team?
Well, it's a big unknown factor, right? On wondering on how well no hard feelings are gonna be. It's more on the sense of the pressure gonna be coming towards God's Reign to perform. Like that's what people expect them to do, to perform if they can. Inferno, one of their comfort picks, definitely is gonna be the comeback if they needed it necessarily. But Nuke will be the one that sets the pacing. So if no hard feelings can somehow or some way take an advantage there, maybe with that momentum, they can do a really good performance coming into Inferno. But if God's Reign just dominates this map, then there's like a slight chance of not even reaching map number 3. So if we see how well No Hard Feelings plays on Nuke and they do good, then definitely I see a chance of them coming out as the victors in this series.
Now, the good thing or the good thing about this matchup is God's Reign is a proper team. They've practiced, they are ready, they have been maybe boot camping as well. So they've come into this tournament and they or this qualifier to win it. While Team No Hard Feelings, they probably just stacked a few days before the event and they're like, let's try our luck. So I think there's always an element of surprise for No Hard Feelings. I remember when I used to compete, we played against a team once. I think it was another tournament, just qualifier somewhere to Malaysia. And the first game we played was Cobblestone, my favorite back then. And we were losing 15-11. We almost got knocked out. And back then we were called risky gaming. We were very, very strong. Like we were dominating. It was very scary. We actually won in the end in overtime. So I think that element is quite scary for a team like God's Reign. But we're looking at Nuke, and Nuke is picked by No Hard Feelings, and we know if you're playing on the T side, it's slightly tougher if you don't get those early rounds rolling, especially if you don't crush the economy of the CTs. I feel like, if we're talking about predictions, I personally feel if Nuke was won by No Hard Feelings, then this could be a 2-1 for them. But if they lose this, I think it's going to be a swift 2-0 for God's Reign. What do you think, Ramon?
I think I kind of want to throw in a curveball at this point in time. I'm feeling a little risky, since you did mention your old team, Risky Gaming. So I kind of want to go 2-0 in favor of No Hard Feelings. Why? Because I have a gut feeling. I've seen a few of the stats. These players are definitely cracked. And in my eyes, since picking Nuke for them could be some sort of a way to complement their playstyle, something that could surprise their opponents with, because you don't really play Nuke on your first map unless you're very, very comfortable with. That's what G2 has been doing. That's what Navi has been playing in their recent games. I feel like they're the type of caliber players who would want to take that huge strategy. So I feel like a 2-0 for them to start the momentum could get them rolling into the finals.
How about you, JT? You feel the same?
Well, just seeing the statistics wise, the last time that God's Reign played on Nuke was up against their opponents yesterday, Victorious Summers. The record went 13-7, and Victorious Summers actually won up against that. And we saw them dominate the series yesterday up against those guys. So, like, judging on that alone, it's a bit scary to jump into this in the side of God's Reign when your opponent, like Ramon has said, they're so confident enough that this is the first map they're gonna play. So there's the possibility of it, being a 2-0, but for me, I think it's gonna be a 2-1 God's Reign, honestly.
All right, and let me remind you guys that there is giveaways, 3-month subscription, as you can see on your screen, down. So you can get 3 months of playing toxic-free environment in our hub. You didn't hear that from me. But I mean, Nuke, it's... I'm actually happy because we've seen 5 maps so far. I mean, I think Mirage is left. I'm not sure which map we haven't seen yet. Maybe Anubis. I think we haven't seen Anubis yet. So we've seen so many maps. Like, I remember back in streaming, casting previous games, it was always like Mirage Inferno, Mirage Inferno, Mirage, sometimes Ancient. So it's a good change of pace, but so Nuke, you guys think so JT 2-1 God's Reign. I thought 2-1 as well if they lose this map or if they win this map in the case of No Hard Feelings. Ramon thinks he's You know, he's the guy that's going against everyone with the 2-0 for no hard feelings. So, looking at the previous matchup of God's Reign, you mentioned also they lost Nuke against Victor Summers. So, if you have the stats, do you have like the CT? Okay, never mind. The game is live. We'll talk about that later. Okay, thank you so much, guys, for the analysis, pre-game analysis. I'll give you this game. Enjoy, and hopefully we see a very close score.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's going to be an honor to actually check out how God's Reign is going to be pulling up in the second day. Will there be some fatigue? Will there be some confusion? Some comms in the mix? We'll find out as we head on into the pistol round. They start on the CT side. As usual, stacking up one player on a ramp already gets dealt with. Unknown will find himself one. It's a jumping shot again from the Glock in hand, and Sultan will follow through with another.
Yeah, no hard feelings. Coming out with a bang here up against God's Reign. And so far, stats-wise though, their CT round win percent for God's Reign do way more better than their T side here. So let's see how well does that stat actually hold true as God's Reign. They're making quick work into this. He saw that shot, so amazing. But he could not convert it to another. Finn though closes out with a dual Berettas. Making a 1v1 left. Abood up against Finn. Mr. Consistency. How well can he do this? He's gonna try to bang, but the way he's playing this, he's playing it smart, playing with time. He jumps onto the shot. He finds it done.
Crazy, because really no hard feelings had the full swing to even take that ramp control and go back towards that heaven side where they actually took that with full aggression. And with full confidence moving forward, they were able to take down R2D2 pretty fast, and quickly he slipped onto Revan, who was not able to convert onto Sultan, who was just holding on true towards that jumping shot again. And Bavi took it too strongly, already getting 3 in the mix. The USP intact as well. Those 3-1 taps, definitely sounding regard in towards that pistol round, but it's not going to be enough. As a well-played position from Abood actually secures the round for them.
Yeah, rather smart on him here, understanding that he has a lot of time that Kickerman is gonna have. Anyway, Sultan with a 2K will fall down, but it doesn't really matter as a cleanup crew is here for no hard feelings. Complete domination with the gun advantage that we have. Thus, a round easily won on their end. Like you said, Ramon, if you are confident in this map pick, then the momentum is gonna continue to ride on towards their shift of things.
Yeah, so at this point, we have a couple of things to talk about, right? So what if, maybe not that one, because that's, you'll see in your ranked games, possibly in your Face-It games, maybe not something that you want to see in a tournament, but anyways, it's all about what could happen if they win this nuke map, right? I mean, we kind of talked about how they could be comfortable in this map, try to see if they can place this towards like a strong team like God's Reign. They're not fully comfortable, as you've seen from their history, losing against Victor Summers on one of the previous engagements that they've had on this matchup in particular. That's also why possibly they weren't picking this map up, or at least not really in the priority for the map pool entirely. So maybe they did their homework. Maybe they were just lucky that God's Reign aren't fully 100% on this map in particular. Let's find out how the buy round will go. It's all AK-47s for no hard feelings. They did well to preserve their economy as they allow a lot of smokes across the outside vision.
Spamming through here, Finn, he does find one from above. Lucky for him, not able to convert it to more. A Sultan and Co. Just hoping to find, the duels, the 1v1s, the pickoffs if they can. It's fired up. I believe heard a couple of footsteps just around the corner here. If he can, catch them off guard, that would do tremendously well. Shotty at hand. Things could be dangerous here if he's able to find a single player. But they're playing rather cautious, Ramon. Not really forcing it. Still have more details. Oh, he sees it from the side. Fired up. Gets Sully as well. Looking for another. Abood, rather low though. He's gonna throw the nade. Hey, yo! Explodes, but not enough to kill. It doesn't matter. goes for the refrag and finds it. So there you have it, the buy round that they were looking for, that they had to make something out of it. They do find it. And since we're talking about stats, you know, their CT side is one of the strongest side here in this map compared to their T side. So you have to pull it off, because once they swap this rounds, and if you're not confident in your T side, then you need to get as much advantage as you can in terms of, you know, winning the first half.
And I think a good thing about God's Reign in that round in particular was their patience and how they approached the round. They put the smokes down. We were the ones who contributed to the layer of the smokes as well, so they sprayed through it, put the full usage, the full value of the A1Ss through the smoke. So that means the trailers, or the trails, the bullet trails, aren't going to be able to be given no info at all to No Hard Feelings on the other side of the smoke as well. So they're able to hold outside that much closer. Smokes up yet again, and a Kazagod. Only with the MAC-10 in hand, he's supposed to be the entry for the team. But he decides to put a bit of a smoke. A one-tap from Soli. That's crazy. The shot rings true to his name. An ace-side push yet again. It's Babi and R2B2 to handle business. The XM is singing and fired up with a 2K in the mids. As God's Reign, they have pulled up 2 rounds in a row after really good adaptability as they come into the next coming round with a lot of money in their pockets.
Yeah, Fired Up went up close and personal on that one. Shot them off their feet. Was a big surprise. They were not expecting him to come out of the blue there. They were in control of the side with that opener that he had on that 1D. Could have converted more, but the flash really blinded them, that they were able to sustain themselves to the side of God's Reign to continue that hold that they have on towards the A side.
Kind of like the slow peek on down. Unknown is ready to take that final position. That's the op already in the hands of Revan, already giving the info to the team that he's now holding the big green gun. And with the reset coming down, this is also a really good opportunity for God's Reign to kind of like reset, see if they can try to build up some more of that defense over at that secret spot. They have been pushing around that ramp side for just 1 round. At the same time, outside, as well as the secret room, is also one of the few particular popular choices that No Hard Feelings have been pushing. And I'm kind of looking at somebody like a Bood to actually make a difference in time, because when the round goes, players like him can make the difference when it comes to these very chaotic maps like Nuke, where priming up for the position to take that A side solely, he could be the first contact here.
Definitely, and again, top of A hot, that's where Fired Up is currently located. Gonna try to push it, but they're burned down to their death. As Bavi as well continue to spray them down into pieces. A big retreat now coming from No Hard Feelings, because it is an unsuccessful attempt here to just push the A side. Time is off the essence. Raven also gets the kill, and I've been seeing God's Reign with their setup on towards A. It's like a fortress. They're just so hard to just enter towards the side, and the fact that Fired Up always stays on top of A hot, ready to, you know, mow them down from above with an XM.
Literally just ignoring like the value of the smokes that they put out, plus the molly onto red kind of means that they're unable to get some forward positions on that outside pressure. So they only had one choice, and to push on towards that secret side. No, they just decided to keep on going. A side being their only call on that side of the map kind of costed their life, their economy, and a bit of their lives in check. Navi, the fragging IGL, so I would like to talk about that. He's up 11 kills in the first half of regulation. Revan needs WP in hand yet again. He saved it up from the previous 2 rounds. He had an opportunity, but Sultan's already caught before he gets himself a main push on down. Secret already decided by a Kazagod. He's hitting these shots. The Deagle singing in the hands of one of the players on No Hard Feelings. Now they have an opportunity. Take the secret control or use that as a bit of a wrinkle to try to force on towards that A main position and surprise these players on the A side.
Yeah, I don't know about taking the A main side again. Maybe B is the way to go here, but Fired Up, he's ready for the shots. Unknown will fall down, but slowly able to trade things out. Bavi's also pretty low here, so gives his life away. And Revan with an op, what can he do on his lonesome? If they push just the right time together, things could spell the recipe for disaster for God's Reign. And he's able to find one, but Kazagod Man, oh man, this guy opens up with that shot. And let's not forget, everything started going their way with his deagle shots. When he got those kills, they were able to change the tide to their favor. So Hard Feelings are able to get that round in their hands.
And these deagle shots are important, right? Because they now open some sort of ghost pressure onto the side of God's Reign, because they realize that since Garage is open, nobody's holding that secret position anymore. So they either go back to secret or go back towards the A site defense, try to humble up, see if they can purchase some more of that main lobby position. But the shot again from Revan. He hasn't been hitting a lot of these op shots so far into the matchup. Another attempt. Also giving a lot more info again to No Hard Feelings. They know that the op is inside A. They also realize that since in one of the rounds, Fired Up has been using that XM110 to pull effect on top of the hut position. It shouldn't rush on that side of the map anyways. Sort of like a trauma response because of the amount of Molnies that also pushed onto them when they were rushing outside of that hut position. So gotta be careful. Soli does open up that ramp position, and we can finally find ourselves around that B side push.
Yeah, it's going to be the first time that we're going to even see the B side if they do continue towards that area. Oh, from Kaito, Kazagod is able to get Finn out immediately. Did not expect that there's still a player lurking outside. As driven, like we said, uncourteously for him to miss those shots. Is Kazagod going to bite the bullet? Doesn't seem so. As the entire team of No Hard Feelings are pushing towards the B side right now. And guess who's there? Come on. Bavi's there waiting. But I don't think he's gonna go for the push. He's just waiting on stairs, but he will find one towards Sultan, immediately getting traded out by Abood. So it's gonna be a 4v2. Make that done already, as the round was so quick after them planting the bomb.
And I can't fault that for ever actually taking the chance on pushing on towards that Tunnel's position after they got the ramp side, right? I mean, they were kind of separated, and they had no info on where they could be checking. That's why you see Soli actually pushing a little bit too slowly, because he's not fully aware that there's somebody holding that double cross, that double doors anyway. And Babi had a really good opportunity to actually do a lot more damage here. He was able to get himself another shot through again from the outside position. Sultan getting one in again. Double nades over to the other side of the map. I mean, that's a lot of damage. And that's a lot of presence made by Sultan himself. That's the second frag in the round.
What?
Beautiful shot again from the USP. Revan is on a roll. And these pistols are doing a lot of damage this time. A 2v2. And remember, this was God's main blow by.
Yeah, you know, Revan's like, I don't need an op to get the kills anymore. I mean, I'm not shooting my shots. Might as well just kill them with the UPS. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. That's how he gets these kills. And it's the fact that every eco round between these two teams, they're finding, you know, these clashes that not necessarily is common to win.
Yo. They leave R2B2 to hunker down over at that ramp side. So if Fired Up is making noise, then No Hard Feelings have an open knee side planted. Actually come from heaven, but no, R2B2 actually loses the fight.
Yeah, nonetheless, though, Fired Up, he does have the AK at hand, but still not going to be enough for them to get the grasp on this game. And this all started for No Hard Feelings when they won that eco round with a deagle at hand. And that's really bad in the side of God's Reign. They had the momentum already on their end, but it has been fully shot.
A bit of a butterfly effect, if I do say so myself. I mean, they won with a bit of damage from Akazagod, and then straight after that, they got a bit of a scuffle on the outside position. No Hard Feelings keep this momentum up, then they're going to be forcing God's Reign to keep saving up for the next rounds in a row. Revan back on the AWP yet again. And this time, where does he position himself? He is around that secret spot. Possibly gonna take a chance at taking that red cover position. Solely gonna take another with him. And Fired Up has been left alone yet again. We haven't been seeing a lot out of Fired Up this point in time. I think he's gonna need a couple of rounds before he can make his presence known in the Snook map.
Yeah, and Revan also falls down, and I believe in the hands of Unknown when he was on top of Silo. So it's a big thing to keep getting picked off when you're playing the operator. You know, you kind of want to be the one dominating if as much possible here for the side of God's Reign, but they're being shut down, taken piece by unknown. Finn at least answers back, but gets traded off immediately, and R2B2 is left by his lonesome, and they might have a proper inkling or understanding of where he's gonna be. He's gonna get 2, but not enough to convert for more. There's no hard feelings. You know, no pressure on their end, as it's smooth sailing from here. 4 rounds in a row, I believe, that they have been winning. And it's looking really bad for God's Reign.
Yep, and I kind of want to put a little bit more emphasis on that, because in a few rounds that Revan has been picking up the op, he hasn't been getting a lot of impact from it. Fired Up also expected to get a lot more aggressive plays, has been regressed to using the XM shotgun, and as well as the MP9 whenever he loses the gunfight. So a bit of a misplay happening for both sides of the map. Sultan and Babi, they trade each other blows for blow as Finn and R2B2, they will win out the gunfights in the end. A 2v3 off the back of an aggressive stance from God's Reign, already expecting Unknown a free AWP yet again for Revan the next coming round, but Akaza God, he's on top of the situation, also on top of the building whatsoever. Or I feel like Akaza God is a little too far to hear these sounds. Maybe not from that drop entirely. A nice shot from Akaza God, leaving it all to R2B2. The bomb within his position. Too close for call as R2B2 will win the fight in the end. Finally, the aggressive stance for God's Reign does get value in the end.
They understood that they had to play aggressive. They can't play, passive. I mean, we've seen teams fall to the pressure once, the other team is winning up against them, and that's just been a continuous phrase where they just react instead of play their own play style, their own gameplay. And this time around, God's Reign says, we gotta stop them at their tracks. Let's just push them. I mean, we're only having pistols. And that's their eco that they wanted out. Surprisingly done well. So God's Reign, this time at hand, stopping the tracks of no hard feelings, making the game a bit more harder, ensuring that they still have what it takes, to get as much rounds as they can in their CT side.
They have a flash, they have a bunch of utility if they want to attack the ramp position. Good thing though that R2B2 has put down the smoke to kind of alleviate a bit of that pressure. Alleviate the noise being made across that side of the map. I mean, for God's Reign, all that they can do is just hunker down, see if they can defend these sectors of the map. Vents has been one of the key positions for a few times where you actually want to take a very aggressive control over the vent side. And I haven't been seeing that from No Hard Feelings. They've been winning off of raw aim and good adaptability before they get themselves a decision on where they want to cross the side of the map. But for Unknown, the job for him is to find that first contact, that AWP. Yet to find a frag in this coming round, but he has been known to make really good decisions before. Now, he hasn't done it right now. Gabby and Sultan, they trade blow for blow solely. We'll get the second for No Hard Feelings. They have open access towards that secret. Look at where they're hunkering down. They're going to rush on towards that main position.
Decided to go for main, but through the smoke, gets shut down, immediately fired up. Trace off though, Sultan, but are you gonna check right around the corner? That's where the other player is. Gonna mow him down though, Sultan. Have to get double. And with R2B2 left alone, what can he do here? Godly play is what he needs, but will he be able to find it is the main question. Hunkers down, does hit quite a bit. But the utilities, they're playing it really well. Firing him up. Almost frying R2B2. It seems like it could just be over here, as No Hard Feelings are in complete control of the A side.
Yeah. And you can kind of see a bit of a disconnect between Fired Up and Babi, where he was trying to call upon for his instant refrag. Fired Up is the closest player that he could call for since he was around that main position. He decides to actually double up the defense after Babi dies from the secret peak. He was the one who actually neutralizes the AW threat out from Unknown, which again has been the theme for this nuke map. Unknown and Revan. Definitely not the star players for this nuke map in particular, where you actually expect them to be, but I mean, Akaza God and Sultan have been carrying the weight across the board so far for the no hard feelings side, while Revan's just chilling so far, letting the fragging IGL of Babi, who, in an interview, has been talking about his transition from CS:GO to CS2. He said that there's been a bit of an adjustment for the squad, but after a couple of events, a couple of games, they've been doing pretty well. Already cementing themselves as one of the best in the Indian server. Now, they're fighting up against their biggest challenge, international competition.
Yeah, I mean, from judging on performance-wise, right, you did talk about Kazagaba and the side of God's Reign. What happened to Finn? What happened to Fired Up? These are the players that we're looking for to, give us a showing. Because they are stars, they are star players that make tremendous plays, even shocking plays. But it seems like the brakes are broken or what. It's just not working on their end. Ran out of fuel or so, but they're just gonna push. Maybe this is what they needed to do. A quick cheesy play as one way to start things off. As Finn, could not convert. Sultan just ready with a trigger finger. As Bobby, like you said, the IGL, can he make a play? He finds one. Immediately tries to swap things down. Will go for the fire. So nonetheless, they know where he is. Now he's stuck in between two corners here. Able to run away thanks to the help from that smoke from his teammate. But because of God, he's in ramp. No one knows where he is. This could be a surprise. Just around the corner. R2B2, is he ready? No, he's not. Because of God again. Makes a lot of openings for the team. As Babi will fall down 4-8 in the first half and no hard feelings. Showing why this is their map picked in this series.
Literally giving God's Reign a taste of their own medicine. You saw that front to back fight where there was that opening distraction, just taking control of that T-Red side. And I like the initiative from God's Reign this time around, because now the aggression has been popped up to a T. The push on from Revan and Finn, even though he dies to the hands of I believe it was Abood. Actually did kind of give a lot of value over towards the No Hard Feelings side just from the delay alone. The problem is, though, No Hard Feelings had a backup plan. That distraction over at T-Red position was a distraction all along. They had Kazagat already prepared up for the flank. Ramp position secured. He also killed off Bavi. So we're able to neutralize the threat that was CT aggression. Now they swap sides. It's an 8-4. Revan spots out 2 from that trophy room. Boot and R2B2 while they exchange blows, but in the end, the dualies actually take a lot more space and damage. R2B2, that's a double. The Glock in hand. Deals so much work on for God's Reign. They plant the bomb as No Hard Feelings on for the retake.
Yeah, they got all the information that they need. The last player unknown is towards heaven. Just waiting for him to, show signs or even drop, but I don't think it really matters here. He's stuck in no man's land and will fall down in the hands of Revan. Revan, so far, pistol-wise, he does well. But when you give him a gun, it feels like we're not seeing the Revan that we know that was playing yesterday. It's been consistency on the side of Bavi, but he needs his team to pull up their weight as well. And that, I feel like, in the T side, it's not, I guess, one of their most impactful sides in Nuke. But regardless of statistics, they need to step things up if they really want to bring this to a close in one of their worst maps.
Well, that's a quad setup if I've ever seen one. Oh, almost like they expected Kazagad to peek on. Ballsy attempt, but it's not something that he gets value out of. Double ramp push setup as well. It's fired up, has the Mac 10 in hand. He gets himself one again onto Soli. Never expects the guy on top of the boxes. Stephanie traded off. The only point of damage that they could hope for. It's not going to be enough. They only take Babby with them, but everybody else grows their economy tenfold into the next coming rounds. They keep the save the AKs. They also minimize the amount of damage that they also keep into the next coming round. God's Reign can probably save up for a couple of rounds as well, even if they lose this one. And since they're also on the T side, they have the benefit of not needing to buy the kit at all because they're the ones planting the bomb. It's No Hard Feelings who are a little tight on cash. They lose this round, it's going to be a sunken ship. At least it is sinking.
Well, I would still say at least they still have a lot of leeway, right? In terms of the rounds that they have that they fought hard for during the first half. So, but it is true that you can't really give too much leeway towards God's Train because once they get their foot on that pedal, they're not gonna stop. They're gonna keep cruising through you if it's possible. So, with this buy round of theirs, let's see how much damage can they do on towards side of God's Train as they're playing rather fast with their utilities. Could be a quick A rush here if they can, or just slow things down.
I like the position for Makazagod since he's the one who
Fired up?
typically plays the outside position. He's very clear up in hand just so that he could be the one to respond to the action, respond to the pressure being dealt onto them from that vent smoke. I don't think I saw anybody go through the vents anyway, so that B side looking still wide open. Not a possibility for them, but I wouldn't completely throw it back with Bobby. Supporting Revan, he's trying to spray to the wall, but slowly he's already coming up from that trophy position. Another. The guy who has been holding up as the consistent player on the squad, no hard feelings, have the mom on lockdown. And where does this prompt R2B2 and Finn run for the hills? They also expect Sylvie is already on top of the building. He's on top of the situation, ladies and gentlemen. But R2B2 will sink some hope into the roster. The problem is, both of them are low, both of them are down. It's all up to the guy himself, the man of the hour. He also gets dealt with. That's unknown. With a nice shot to the head of R2B2. Shuts him down. 9-6 for no hard feelings. MVP of the round. His name is Soli. And Soli, he also gets this round pretty much intact for no hard feelings.
I like the plan here for God's Train where they decided to push and go towards B side maybe, but you were not expecting the push, you know, going towards lobby from radio. And that's what caught them off guard. They were not expecting that someone's actually gonna push them because their plan was maybe fired up to push from behind ramp side coming from B, but did not do anything in their favor. Nonetheless though, they still do have enough money to go for a full buy. Let's see what damage they can do to stop No Hard Feelings if they can. Because as of the moment, everybody from No Hard Feelings are looking rather sweet and cool here. Not having any problems. Kazakan, he spots up Abby. I don't think they know. Do you think he's gonna knife kill? Do you think he's gonna get? Oh, he doesn't. Is he gonna do it? I'm waiting for it. Fired up though, he does get the kill towards Sultan. Stops him at their tracks. Kazakan from behind. He doesn't know. Oh, he thought he went up. He was just holding it all on towards Vance. From us thinking it was gonna be a knife kill to him actually dying. Oh, how the tables have turned.
He had the right idea. He was looking at the right position as well. Second guessing his position actually cost him his life. Bobby rising to the occasion. That's his 18th kill in the second half. And my goodness, that was a bit of a fumble. A bit of a blunder for the side of Akazagod. Because he had the perfect opportunity but never expected that Bobby would be holding his position. Good call for God's Reign at least to play a little bit more of a passive game. Because that was after they had full space on towards that secret position. Unknown might actually get another, and that's a free pick onto Fired Up. So a bit of extra cash as well. Coming into the next round, they're not going to be happy with how that round went, but they're going to be at least contented with some cash in their pocket. At least some of it.
A bit of a scratch in their heads here and there, though. No Hard Feelings still, I mean, not necessarily the best round that happened, but something that they can forgive themselves and just move on and play for the next and see how things will go. To be fair, though, their pistols, even if they have pistols, they're deadly. You know, they've won pistol rounds where they are up against full buys somehow. And it's a big question mark when you give Akazagod that deagle at hand, because he does shoot rather well, get those 1Ds if he can.
Yeah. Again, the smoke trail is to try to give them some false info, possibly to deny them from even taking that T red side. And then he also gets himself one, unknown, taking a passive angle. Unfortunately, he gets punished for it. That's the only rifle that No Hard Feelings had into the round. So this round is as good as done. especially with the Kazagod already locked away from this game in particular. Now, where does that leave the three players on No Hard Feelings back? They're already giving away this ramp position. See if they can play off of the timing from Bood, but no. Also gets found, covered, seen from the hands of God's Rain. The amount of time before they also got found. That's one from Heaven and a second from Bavi as well. He's getting kills, padding the stats. 20 kills for Bavi, the fragging IGL. It's definitely available on the server right here.
And Finn has finally activated. Now he's playing rather well. His performance was rather shaky in the first half, but now he's saying, I'm ready. The nerves are gone, and my aim is going to be precise, and they're doing really good. Although, same with Riven.
Like sometimes it's not just like a question of if they're warmed up. Sometimes they just gotta like get a few reps in, get a little warm, a bit of a whiffage from Revan on that nade. Small things like that is just something that you gotta like feel over time in a match, you know.
Yeah, minimal. You gotta kind of readjust things here and there. For God's Reign side of things, they're gonna play rather slow. Very different as Finn again. He's just been taking in control, and that's where Unknown died last time too, right? So Finn, understanding he can take these 1v1 duels because he's got his number. Again, Finn getting killed towards the Kazagod and Revan. Gonna go for the peak. Not gonna be able to convert to a kill. Nonetheless, a boot again from above, boosted. I feel like they already know it's coming. He immediately jumps down. This A site, that's where the push is gonna be, Ramon. And it's gonna be big. Assaulti's gonna burn his that into the fray. And Bobby's able to swap things out, and it doesn't really matter on the side of No Hard Feelings, but they bring it back to a 2v to make that a 2v1 somehow, some way. They turn things around.
Yep. And R2B2 is pretty far away from the fight as well. He was stuck on trying to hold that secret position anymore. So now that they planted the bomb, what is R2B2 gonna do? Play around this position. He decides to play the aggressive side, and they don't know about this at all. Abood, he kind of has an inkling on this. They decide to double up and see if they can try to go through that double door spot. That's gonna give the sound. Once they open that door, that gives the opportunity. Well, actually, no, the door's actually already open, so I don't think R2B2 is gonna know. His door's open as well. He spots one. He isolates him as well. That's giving an opportunity for him to clutch up the 1v2 scenario. That is the fake. That is the time to tap. But Abood does not have the time. R2B2 has done it again. He has clutched up another 1v2 against No Hard Feelings in a round that would have looked like their own, but it was not.
Yeah, it almost felt like God's Reign R2B2, there's no way he's gonna be able to clutch things up, but with that angle that he had, with that information that was given, you know, he was able to make the most out of it and just save more time for the C4 to explode. So R2B2 playing it smart. I guess this also has to be with Bobby's, you know, being the commander, the leader, the agile of the team, and understanding that just be calm and collected, and we still have the chance to win this. The economy again from No Hard Feelings are not necessarily there, but Kazakhan playing a different angle. He's able to find one on towards Finn, looking for another, but R2B2 shuts it down. Not like this, he says. We're not gonna give you the essence of those kills that they're looking up for. Fired up, able to find one, make it two. A Sultan looking for his own, but they already made their way downstairs, hoping to just take the B side instead.
Massive angle, across the shoulder. Takes a chance, but no. A swing and a miss for Sultan. It's R2B2 actually wins off the gunfight in the end. It's a 5-7 again for Abood. But it was only one. Not a second, not a third. There's only one singular 5-7 that doesn't get a chance. Definitely not in this scenario in particular. A 10-9 for God's Reign. And now they go back to the basics. Now they realize that No Hard Feelings had no choice but to take full control on the short-range gunfights. That's why you saw Kazagod take a bit of a chance, a bit of a risk to actually push them down, even though they had the deagle. But it was also pretty pivotal that they win the gunfights anyway, and they weren't able to. They took a chance at trying to alleviate some of that pressure just from that reset alone. And Abood, I think at this point, he's going to need another warm-up, because For this time, I think God's Reign have been stealing a spotlight while he was trying to follow through with his teammates.
Again, from fired up, really showing himself, his presence to be known in this game, as he did get that 3K in that round itself. Now, as the games have started, we'll see how things will go out. As the op is there. Oh, Riven, I don't know, man. Maybe just throw the op away. He's been so unlucky whenever he's wielding that gun, because he's not able to even find a single pick with that at all. The impact is not there, Ramon. It's just not.
Abood. He didn't need to do that. Oh, had the numbers advantage. He couldn't. He shouldn't have given the chance up. I mean, he had an open opportunity to do so, but he could have actually decided to take the peaks a little slower, try to see if he can isolate the gunfights. No, he decided to peek on 2 people, fired up at least. We'll take 1 for the team. Secret in control in the hands of the Kazakh God, but they don't need Secret. They have Finn. He's upon heaven. He's an angel flying on his wings. Taking 2 down with him. And also leaves A site open for God's Reign. He's also a Kazakh God, and well, this guy is in no man's land. He spots the shoulder, the barrel of fired up. That could be an opportunity for him. The timing is there, but the Kazakh God does find himself one. Does he have enough time? No, I don't think he has the kit.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely he's going to be able to clutch things up. He's just going to try and save the gun instead here, Ramon. And yet again, we've seen wonders from the side of God's Reign. Like you said, the angel from above doing a lot of damage to the side of No Hard Feelings. And still, the economy is still in shambles, I believe. So I'm not necessarily sure how No Hard Feelings are going to come back to this. Compared to how their first half has been, by the way, on their T side, I believe it went 8-4. And then they've only won a single round in the second half. That's how bad this has been going in their end.
Yeah. I mean, if you take a look at the loss bonus, they're gonna be happy to accept the cash, but it comes with a bit of cost. They let God's Reign catch up to them, and not only catch up to them, they let them get take an overturn. They overtook them over to this race in particular. They're already up double digits plus. They're kind of dwindling in their numbers. They're gonna be forced into a situation where they have to win this next buy round, because if they don't, then that's match point already for God's Reign. That's already somewhat of a lesser buy into the next round if they do lose that. Let me guess. Possibly like a mixed buy this time around for No Hard Feelings, since they only have 1 player above 4,000 credits. What does the Kazagan do? Does he save it for this round? That is why they have the tactical pause in hand as well, so I guess it's a good time as any to talk about how they want to approach this round. How would we want to approach this, right? Because you have 1 player who's actually firing in all cylinders. That's a Kazakh God, and whenever he's in a position to actually frag, he does well, in fact, frag, even though he's in a numbers disadvantage. But how do you hype up the team when you're the only guy actually making a lot of noise when everybody else is kind of like, I'm gonna need a little bit of time, you know?
I mean, it's difficult, right? But one of the things that I've noticed on when God's Reign were in this side of the corner, they decided, you know what, let's stop playing the way we're playing and let's do something different. Let's rush them out, right? And maybe this is what they need. Even if they're the CTs here, they can still rush them out. But depending on where it can be, rushing lobby or fight them from outside, because they are still deadly. And like you said, Akaza God, frag king of the team, 21 kills already on his name. You give him a deagle and he's able to shoot them out, dwindle their numbers, be an advantage, and that would be good. What I've noticed so far that's been, being done from the side of No Hard Feelings is that they're taking chances when they should not. When they have the numbers advantage, they put themselves at the back end of things because they overpeak, they overlook, and they get picked off immediately because of it. Rather than playing on their angles, on their strengths, and just, overwhelming God's Reign instead. But due to these minor details, they gotta patch things up here. And then understand that when they're an advantage, you just stay still. Rather than put your team into a bad spot.
Yeah, look at the Molly. It already signals that they kind of know what's coming. Since they know that they're in a weird spot in terms of their economy. MP9s across the three players on no hard feelings, right? Then, I mean, this is one of the most broken guns in the game. The insane fire rate, the amount of bullets that you can actually pull out in a single mag. But Unknown, he has the 1v hand. He does not get the shot. But the boot is there to trade it off. That's the thing about this gun. You can never underestimate the power of these MP9s. And no hard feelings. They surprise God's Reign with something that they've been pulling out of their hat time and time again. The MP9 rush, the push onto the lobby side, getting 3 in the mix, leaving God's Reign in a bit of a mix-up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about. You gotta do something different, and that's what they did. They rushed towards lobby, take control with the numbers that they had, and, just trade things out with the team. Did wonders for them now that they are on a 4v2 here with Bavi and Revan. With an up again, by the way. Revan has been unlucky so far with an up. I don't know what's up with it, but, confidence is key, I guess. Just continue holding with an up. He's holding an angle. Wait, did Bavi see that?
I don't think so.
Bavi right now. Nice call from Revan. He understood. He understood that someone is there. Yeah.
I think you saw the barrel anyway. Bavi, all from heaven. Revan and Bavi, the two-man team. Already, it was a 4v2 in hand. Now they need a boot on an island. He gets one, but Bavi, the reliable captain of the squad, he's carrying everybody like a quarterback. 24 kills for God's Reign's captain. Match point for God's Reign as well. They converted a 2 versus 4 after a nice isolated frag from Revan. This man might not be at the top of the scoreboard, but when it comes to impact, this guy will always deliver.
You gotta love it, man. You gotta love it. From the get-go, Bobby was in the server showing, good leadership. Paving the way for the team. And showing them, guys, this is what we gotta do. And the inspiration is definitely there. They're continuing taking control. Akazagato getting the kill on Finn. Stopping them at their track from outside, hoping to do more damage if he can. Again, being a role model. But Bavi, oh my god, Bavi, they don't know he's around here. He's gonna go for the peek, able to find one. He gets two. Does not check around the side. Does he? I don't think they're gonna. They are. They're not gonna expect Sultan. The trigger discipline, hoping to find more. They don't know. Ramon, that's one. He was present. No, he misses it. But it doesn't matter, Abud. From above, from heaven. Oh, they changed things up. The body, motherfucker. Doesn't matter. Jeez Louise, Ramon, that was so close.
If only he had an M4A4. Could have had more bullets in the chamber. But he does win the inevitable gunfight anyway. Does get the pivotal frag that he needed. Bought a lot more time than he was supposed to. Bavi pulling out all the stops in terms of the fragging department, but Sultan, his trigger discipline, paying off in dividends. Buying a lot of time just so Abood could pick up the pieces for himself. And the good thing, Abood was also on top of heaven, because if he was the one who actually was on the other side of that fence, that would have been a different situation. 4v4. The site for God's Reign still in the hands of the T side itself. R2B2 on top of the main position. He's doing the twist side. Remember the play from Twist from IEM Cologne 2023? He was the one who made the difference in the Navi versus FaZe game where he just jumped on top of that hut position. That was epic. And I wonder if this is the one that's going to make the difference. I feel like no, because the focus is around that B site, and it's probably because Fired Up is the one taking the call. Finn's actually getting himself a no, and that's the AWP down. And that's a 4 versus 3 in a blink of an eye.
Fired Up, I don't think he's going to find him off angle. Not looking the right side. Abood is able to at least get something out of it. 3v3. But their eyes are set on towards B. Bobby, though, being the leader, leading them to the charge. Leading them to a Chris. The flash will be there, but does not get the kill. R2B2, though, at least closes it out on a 2v2. Not going to plant the C4. Understands they're going to go for the push. The shots have been fired in Finn. This is big, mano to mano, up against Soli. Can he be the victor in this one? But no, he pushes the smoke, immediately will die, and the map has been taken on the side of God's Reign.
In God's Reign, they took a little bit of time before they actually closed it out in the end. But when they did, it came with really good synergy by the hands of Bavi and the rest of the squad. I mean, the fragging IGL showing what it means to frag out with a squad, leading by example. I believe he ended with 27 kills to his name. And when everybody else just followed suit, then all they needed to do was follow his command. And not only that, just trade him whenever he needed to. So I feel like Tox has a lot to say about that game. So why don't we bring him in as our host?
Oh man, that was a heartbreaking loss, honestly, for Team No Hard Feelings. I mean, lots of hard feelings for them, because I felt like they lost two clutches they shouldn't have lost, and they set the tone for the rest of the match, as well as lots of kills where it's just individual plays, especially Finn. He just catches them off guard so many times. I don't know what's been happening with No Hard Feelings, but this is where experience comes to play. And obviously, God's Reign, they've been a team that's been practicing for months, if not years. So we could see it translated in the game here. But hard luck. I mean, Nuke was such a fun map to watch. And props to No Hard Feelings for putting on a good show. But God's Reign, those clutches, R2B2, Finn, I think everyone just played well on the side of God's Reign. No, I mean, what did you guys think? I mean, where did it go wrong for No Hard Feelings, Ramon?
I think one of the factors that I kind of actually saw from, especially on their CT side, was kind of the predictability on their positioning, because they were running a few strats back to back multiple times in a row. One in particular for me stood out was Unknown playing the same position on Secret, where he got caught twice by the same person, and solely also giving up that ramp position every single time. So that actually gave a lot of space to whoever was lurking. That also gave a lot of momentum. Sometimes given 2 versus 4s, that would have been the favor of No Hard Feelings. But in the end, where God's Reign have is communication, experience playing as a squad, and that chemistry, just knowing what to do every single time that they're on a deficit.
JT, I mean, you talked about crazy, and we've seen some crazy rounds. What did you think?
Yeah, this entire map I was not expecting to turn out this way, especially since God's Reign is not necessarily the best that we saw in the first half. They were so shaky, it didn't feel like, they were at their full form, their shots were missing. I mean, let's talk about the AWP from Riven. Like, this guy had AWP in that first half, and boy, he could not get a shot done on that one. Even in the second half, the moment he got a different gun, that's when we saw he get them those frags at all. But nonetheless, I'm actually pretty scared here, Tuxi, just because of the fact that we're going to be going to Inferno based on the performance that happened here. And we were expecting this might go to a map 3. Ramon said that he made me go 2-0 to No Hard Feelings, but God's Reign showing why they are one of the best teams in the region. And boy, oh boy, did they show us why.
I think going into Inferno yesterday against Victors, we've seen them 13-4 was the scoreline. So it was close in the beginning, but God's Reign is, as you mentioned, they were a train that couldn't be stopped in Inferno. And I'm not sure here, maybe Ramon, you have some insights as well. But going into Inferno, do you believe No Hard Feelings are gonna be playing as a defeated team? And by defeated, I mean passive, or are we gonna see some aggressiveness? Because if you notice, some of these rounds won by No Hard Feelings were actually, as CT, were pushes through lobby from whether it's hot or ramp or whatever. So we like that aggressiveness. And this is a similar scenario actually from yesterday when we were talking about guys, when they push together, they win. So I fear for them if they don't use that, because, once you lose a map, you start feeling a bit passive. You start being scared because obviously 2-0 you're out, while you just need so much confidence to come back from such a loss. What do you think? Do you feel like their mentality is still strong enough?
Look, they actually lost a few of their rounds in the most closest of fashion, the smallest of margins. I think as a team, they should feel that game was as close as it could get. It could have been anybody's game. It just came to the smallest of mistakes. I feel like if I was the captain of No Hard Feelings and remind them that they were this close to actually toppling one of the best teams in India, in their region as well. And that could be a really big achievement for them moving forward. That should be something that's enough to uplift them heading into this Inferno map. I don't think it's going to be a bit of an advantage for God's Reign. I feel like that's a very strong statement, knowing how well of an Inferno team they are. But everybody knows how to play Inferno by the end of the day. So I feel like any team could take on God's Reign if they have the right mentality and the right mindset to it.
And JT, okay, hold on a second. I want to remind you, JT, just in case you didn't, you forgot.
Yeah,
that
I think
we
I
have
forgot about this.
There is a giveaway happening, which is a 3 months free subscription into MESL. We've seen it on the stream, then it went off. Someone needs to be fired from the production team. But I'm sure it's Misty. It's Misty or Sammy. Yeah, it's Misty. This is why he's no longer an admin with us. Anyway, yeah, there is a 3 months MESL sub. So if you guys tune in, we're gonna have one maybe after this match. So make sure to tune in. 3 months. It's a good amount of money that you can lose brain cells on, and or actually win sometimes in our MESL. So make sure you guys tune in. Okay, so JT, what I wanted to ask you is that now they're heading into Inferno. Obviously, No Hard Feelings have picked the CT side. Now, do you think they should start fighting for Banana early on, taking control of Banana, or do you think they should play passive, win some rounds, and then fight for Banana?
I'm all about taking banana control because the way that Gudrun has been playing on the T side is where they have, I believe, Finn take control of banana, and then he always finds pickoffs the moment they start rotating towards the A side because Fired Up is one hell of an entry. The way he played Inferno yesterday, it almost felt like the entire team is with him, but it's just a single player. You know, he just took control of things, which gives a lot of leeway to God's Reign. So if you do not open up banana on the side of CT, you're just giving the game towards side of God's Reign. And that's something that he should really understand since this game was casted live on stream. So this is something that he can go back and study or go back just to see how the playstyle of God's Reign is so that they have an inkling on what type of strategy that they should be doing. And that is definitely taking control of banana.
Ramon, how do you feel about what JT said? Do you agree with him?
Yeah, I mean, Finn was an absolute fire starter when it comes to him being a Swiss Army knife, always on the lurk, and whenever he wants to be second entry, you could call upon him to do so. But I feel like God's Reign will have one opening weakness so far into this matchup, and that could be an exploit. That is Revan not being hot on the AWP. He has been doing pretty well on the rifle, but I could see him come up in Resurgence, but that's if No Hard Feelings could not find any point of exploit for them. I feel like this is an opportunity for them.
And yeah, we do. I mean, I put emphasis on banana because it's such a crucial area in Inferno, and I feel like once you have control, you can do whatever you want. Obviously, that gives so much information from the T side if they take it, and for the CT side, they can be comfortable maybe rotating one guy back to A, so they have the man advantage there on the A bomb side. So I always say that if you start shaky, if you start scared, then it's gonna be really tough for you to make a comeback, especially that if you lost the first map. So I truly hope that we see a stronger CT side here from team No Hard Feelings. We have 1 minute left, so I'll take a quick prediction from you, Ramon. I want a specific score in this map. Give me a 13 something.
Okay, I'll say 13-6 in favor of God's Reign, just so that we could have a third map finally.
Damn. How about you, JT?
13-6? Did he just say 13-6 God's Reign for a third map? What do you mean? That means 2-0.
Oh, wait, yeah. Actually.
It's a little late.
A little wonky. I think it's a coffee that I actually picked up for myself. My bad. Okay. 13-6 in favor of No Hard Feelings, just so we have a third map. My bad. That's my mistake.
Okay. For me, I would say 13-4 God's Reign heavily.
Wow, that's harsh. And for you guys watching in the chat as well, you can give your prediction. Maybe we select a winner from one of the predictions if they were correct. From my side, I do believe it's gonna be 13-8 for God's Reign, just to be in the middle between you guys. So I don't know if they can honestly win Inferno here. They're very strong on it, God's Reign. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I mean, some players need to step up, especially Unknowns. He's a very good player, but we haven't seen much of him on Nuke. And I feel like he's more of an oper. So if you don't have enough economy, you can't do much really. I see some people in the chat 13-3, 13-5, 13-7. All right. So lots of one-sided matches, whether it's for either side. Okay, so game is live. Ramon, JT, I'll give it to you. Hopefully we see a much better Inferno and maybe a third map onto Ancient.
All right. Thank you so much, Toxie. The land of bananas, chickens, and of course, some crazy executes when it comes to the Inferno map. We're going to be expecting God's Reign to see if the reign of terror on the Inferno map continues. As we head on into the T side of that said team. No hard feelings on the CT side, though. Again, mentioned by Toxie, they have to be careful about the rotations because they give up one sector of the map that's going to be easily exploited by God's Reign.
Yeah. Well, let's see how the opener goes. Cause God is the guy who's going to get the first blood in Inferno. I mean, definitely someone that you want to perform, right? Because this guy has been on top of his A game, I would say, Ramon. And he's proving to be someone that has been the anchor for the team. Mr. Consistency, Mr. Capitan when it comes to frags. But the push will be there coming from God's Reign. Let's see how well they can convert this. R2B to able to find Sultan, but they're going to trade things off. Still number advantage for no hard feelings. As Abud is able to find one, I believe through the smoke, is able to get the kill towards Riven. So 2v4, not necessarily the best position you want to be in. God's Reign on the pistol round. But at least it's going to be Finn and Bobby, one of the star players, or both of the star players of this team, as Bobby's able to spot one, even two, actually. Bobby, Finn as well! He took the fifth over! Abud rather low. 34 HP.
Has the kit.
And it's rather open. I don't think he's going to know where Finn's going to be pushing. He has a kit, but doesn't matter. Finn gets the kill. They're able to clutch things up from a 2v4, Ramon, and that's one way to set things up for God's Reign at this earlier round, I would say, in the first half.
Not the first time that that's happened this series, that they've converted 2 versus 4, and one of them was Bavi. For the second time, he has clutched up together with somebody else on his team. That was Finn that actually assisted him on the later stages of that round. How many times will this guy be cool, calm, and collected in times like these high-pressure situations? Kazagad did well on the first blood in the previous round. Now he's pressured on to save across the board with USPs. Gets shut down by the Galil and had by Revan. And he needs these frags. He has been doing well in the nuke map, and now he's padding those stats entirely.
Advantage that they have, so it's gonna be looking good. But the boost, did he know? Yes, he do. Bobby just flying and jumping and spraying. You know what they say, right, Ramon? Spray and pray. Jump around the corner. He does it again. The jump shots, perfectly done from God's Reign. I mean, there's a reason why they're called gods for a reason.
Yeah, and they also perfectly saved the guns into the next coming round. So not much more that you could ask for. Full util in hand as well. So God's Reign have definitely given a gift to this round after a really successful pistol. I think I was expecting no hard feelings to actually buy a little bit more, force a bit of the guns into that last round just so that they could get a little bit more expensive for God's Reign, but nevertheless, gonna run with it. Full buys in hand across the board for everybody else in the server. Also exchange util onto the mid side, early smoke, early molly. Matter of time before God's Reign rained their terror across that mid side position, fired up. Decided that he wants to lurk around the shadows. Kazakad, he was blinded, but nevertheless, he gets the kill anyway. Slowly, he's trying to get into 1 and 2. The Galil in hand for him. That's 35 bullets invested to the bodies of 2 players on no hard feelings.
I used the entire barrel of the gun to be able to also get a kill towards the Kazakad. Stopping at their tracks here for the rotate. They're in complete control of the site. It's gotta be rather difficult for them to take the retake here. But nonetheless, they need to make an attempt. Wondering on what is the play for Sultan and Abud. for no hard feelings. Rather you push together, you go to either side, or you just call it and just save the gun. A Sultan.
Yeah.
Playing super cautiously here. And that might be the answer. Just save.
Really is it, man. I mean, there's no other ways to it. And I think Aboud is also gonna take a little bit of a claim, see if he can get a little bit more extra credits. Yes, he does. Doesn't have enough time to claim the AK for himself. There's also a small chance that he dies. No, he doesn't. He's alive. It's at the FAMAS for the next coming round. Fired up also. Deleted because of the bomb, but it's still the third round win for God's Reign. It's relatively good amount of cash invested into the next coming round anyway, so not much damage done. I'd say it's kind of a 5 out of 10 in terms of the amount of damage dealt onto the economy because of those two safe guns in the next round. I digress. No hard feelings, still on a huge deficit. I mean, it's a 0-3 to start off, and it's not looking good for my prediction, which I don't really care if I don't win. It's just that God's Reign really is showing why they're the kings of Inferno. Another shot from Revan. That's while he was blinded too.
I mean, you're shooting shots while blind, and Bobby also getting, pickoffs as well towards Sultan, as it could be possibly a B rush if they choose to do so. As Aboud, I think he gets a shot through the smoke, so stops them at least on towards Finn, who has been a menace in the server alone. Still, they're gonna try and play up close if they can, fired up, trying to get as much information as possible for the team, or they decide on where they're gonna go. But from behind, Sully wanted to make a message, a statement here, but fired up said, "Nah, not today." Unknown's just around the side too, around the corner. Well, fired up, sniff him out is the main question. It doesn't seem so. The entire team are setting themselves up on towards the B side.
Literally the quickest 180 I've seen so far in this tournament. Fired up. I want to see what his sense is, because it's pretty quick, I would say, as he converted on to one of the players on No Hard Feelings. And Apartment's push definitely in full value, because now he also claims the attention of Unknown. Hasn't lost any points of health just yet. That also prompts Aboud to either wait for his teammate to come to him, which is kind of impossible in this regard right now, or let's play for the exit this time, which I don't think is the right opportunity right here, right now. Not a lot of money, not a lot of cash, nothing saved into the next round after a push shot from R2B2 and fired up, claiming 2 kills for himself. That's a bit of an aggressive stance for fired up at this point in time, and I'm not even surprised by that. He's been doing that all day yesterday from the first qualifying rounds.
Man, no sweat from God's Reign. They're just completely playing one-sided so far. I mean, no hard feelings. It almost seems like we're seeing a hard repeat on how Victorious Summons was playing yesterday, where they just played passively, not really taking control of, in Banana, and just letting it go scot-free. Like you said, could be a sequel, actually. But this time, I think they're playing aggressive. They're taking control towards Banana. They're pushing it, and Sully and Unknown, they're getting those kills. And Finn, though, answers back and says hello. But the damage has been done. No hard feelings. Change the skip, the agenda on their end. Playing aggressive. It did do wonders for them. But still gonna bring it to a 2v2. But the push through the smoke, I don't think he's ready for it. As a cause of God, balls of steel. He said, you know what? You smoke it, I don't care. I'm pushing through it.
Yep. That's good for him, because now they leave Revan in a 1v2. Lots of noise made as he rotates back onto the B side. That's a double peek! And that's an opportunity for No Hard Feelings. Aboud. Right place, right time together with a cause of God. And now, finally, they address the issue. They've been playing a little bit too passively. Gave up banana control every single time. And once they get the ball rolling on pushing the utility up towards the banana entrance, that's when God's Reign decide to hesitate. That's when they're also slowing down. That gives an opportunity for No Hard Feelings to contest that side of the map. That's why they pushed 3 players on banana. And that's when they realized that once they got the aggressive stance, that's where God's Reign kind of hesitated a little bit. Second time in a row, this is another attempt for Bobby. He's hunting for kills. He's hunting for another attempt at trying to push on. He's waiting for the flashes. And the molly set up for him. That prompts a push shot, but Bavi, he gets traded immediately by Sultan. That's his first kill in the round.
I don't think we're gonna notice him just around the corner there. Finn expecting them to go for the push, expecting them to go for a play. But Sultan watching his corners, understand, peeks at the perfect time. Able to find him, but Revit through the smoke! Hello there! Is able to find a shot. But they've been crawling on towards the A side. Slowly but surely. But finds the shot, did not understand that there's someone actually from behind. Fired up though, complete 180. God. Able to find those shots and get that kill and get that frag.
They have smoked out the CT position though, so Aboud has to kind of hesitate a little bit. Has no information on the other side of that. An unknown. Oh, he gives away his position. Now that prompts them to rotate. Either go back to the apps position, reset, go back to the A side, or try to claim a bit of who wants to get the kill, who wants to get the AWP. I feel like fired up should be the one to take that up since it is a one-shot weapon. What do you do after that? Apartments push. Overwhelm unknown. He does know that there's at least somebody who's going to be taking down at Apartment's position, and well, he spots him out. That's fired up, down, and Revan, he gets the trade. That's 10 seconds for him to plant the bomb. Ample amount of time to clear the site itself. And Revan securing the objective. Aboud, he's here. Ready to play. Revan checking his corners, seeing him! But he does not expect Aboud to get the wallbang headshot. And that AWP has been saved up for unknown. That's the second round for no hard feelings. And finally, they break through another round out of God's Reign and their comfort map.
Oh, you can tell the confidence though coming from Revan, right? Not entirely that confident with the AWP. Has to stop and fire it up instead. But I think he should have just stuck with his guns here and played his best. Maybe that AWP shot, that earlier shot he had on towards Aboud could have been deadly if he had the AWP there. But nonetheless, though, no hard feelings, showing signs of life in this first half of ours. They've been able to at least, clutch certain aspects of this. It's not like a hard win on their end. It's always been at the back foot of things. So it's not as decisive as we want it to be, but it's still something that they're able to get out of it with the options that they had at hand.
Yep. And I kind of want to also think about how God's Reign are feeling about these types of rounds, because then, yes, they're the king of adapting to any sort of situation. You put them in a 2 versus 4, it's almost like the possibilities are still endless for them. But in these type of scenarios where they lose out on close 2v4s, they close out on the 1v1s that should have been on the other side. Sometimes that can also shake the most perfect players. And since God's Reign have been in this situation before, this is something that could also shake them to their very core. Now that they realize that would have been a very winnable situation for them. For no hard feelings. It's absolutely brilliant that they're able to channel a lot of that energy over to Aboud, who does claim it for the squad. A 2-4 so far. On the CD side of no hard feelings, trying to climb out of their deficit so far. It's now back to letting Finn alone on an island over that banana position. Since it's all smoked off, it's also mollied out because of the utility set up by Sultan. He cannot lurk around that banana position anymore. Decides to actually put all of his resources to support God's Reign to take that A-site defense.
Yeah, Unknown was actually in Apartments ready for the shot, but the moment he stopped peeking, he's gonna get rushed on. No scopes, not gonna work out. R2B2 able to pick up a gun and fire it up as well, finding Soli. He could look for more damage here as they trade things off. They're in complete control. Bavi could not convert to a kill as he gets shot to a crisp. 3v2. Sultan he gets stopped on his tracks, so he can't necessarily peek the same time as he wants to do with Aboud. So C4 halfway there, just playing it smart, waiting for them to extend, to go for the push. Has a sense of Molly, trying to burn him down if he can, he's able to. So time is ticking, time is of the essence here. They have to play fast, or they don't have enough time to go for the defuse. And it doesn't seem so, it's time to run. No hard feelings. Thought they could take the side, but no. We're denied instead.
Unfortunate, because Sultan actually had the resources to actually fish out the pit player, and that would have been an opportunity for a boot as well if he wasn't taken off by a long-range Tech 9 one-tap all the way from Revan in that mini pit position. He had the incendiary to fish him out. Plus, he also took up, I believe it was the kit over at that quad side that Soli was also holding up for himself in this round. So if they killed the pit player, they also would have taken care of Revan on that mini pit since he only had the Tech 9. That would have been a winnable position for them. Something that they shouldn't be thinking about anymore. Finn and R2B to open up again. 2 kills for First Bloods. And the Deagle shots through from unknown, but Favi is so quick on the trade. Another for Fired Up as well. This is another round where God's Reign are raining terror across this Inferno map, especially on the T side where they feel the utmost comfort out of the map pick that they have gotten for themselves.
No hard feelings. I mean, it is what it is, right? You don't necessarily have the guns advantage here. You only have pistols. Not really you can do much out of it, rather than just, bite the dust on this. But nonetheless, I've seen them play rather well on stopping Godfrey at their tracks on banana control. But we have yet to see them actually do anything else risky, like pushing banana, because that opens you a lot of ways to turn the tides at your favor if they're able to, take control of it in essence. Find those duels, find those wins. And that's something I would really want to see on their end. As long as they can stop one of these, how do I say this? One of these things that God's Reign love to do, which is that banana control.
Yeah. I also was checking out the minimap from that previous engagement, and I'm realizing that No Hard Feelings, they couldn't even, they put a tri-stack over the apartment, but they couldn't actually push because of the mollies. So they're pushing onto the banana position. Finn, the smoke bang onto where Soli as well. That banana position definitely contested, highly won at that by God's Reign, which has been won out eventually. Like I'm saying, the mollies that they have been putting out on the apartments is hurting their cause since they decided to pick off a very aggressive stance on that previous round. They did it in the same time over at banana this point, where they actually lost a lot of engagement. Sultan and Soli, sacrifices of trying to take control of banana. Fired Up, also the lurking position for him has been paying off in dividends. 2v5, and the Op already hands up unknown, but the Bood is there to actually wreak havoc, pushing to the crosshair Finn. Nothing more can be said except unknown. One guy that can actually deal a lot of damage. He does not hit the shot from the Op as well. And Finn, he picks up 3k. Compared to his nuke map, I feel a lot more consistency with how he's been performing on his Inferno map right now.
I mean, you did talk about comfort, right? And this is what they're very comfortable with. One of their favorite maps to play on. Currently still on a 100% win rate for the past 3 months. And I think this is going to add on and continue on their 100% win rate because they're just unstoppable. And this is a statement why they are unstoppable. This is their A game. This is their map pick, their favorite. Just because that they know this map at the back of their heads, at the back of their minds, on how to really just take control of things. And I don't think there's any way No Hard Feelings can stop it. But this time, though, banana control. That's different. They have control of it.
It's kind of also why I couldn't wrap my head around how VS actually let Inferno be picked by them, and then, God's Reign, kind of like we were like, okay, thanks, I guess. What do you guys want? One of your verse maps as well? Sure, I'll pick Ancient for you. No.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like Homework didn't really do that well towards it, that they didn't really know that Inferno is a map that they have had 100% win rate. Nonetheless, I don't think they know that from behind, Unknown is there. Small Criminal has been hiding in the shadows, lurking, hoping to do more damage, but Finn's got his number. Understanding, hey, you get a couple of kills, I'll get my own as well. And the shot from Riven, finally able to get those damage done with an upper. So, it's looking still good inside of God's Reign. Depending on how things transpire, Zabud. Shots fired up, done. Looking for more repositions. Perfectly done. As Revan's left alone with an op. What can you do, Ramon, with an op? Is the main question.
Yeah. He's also gonna get found out by Kazagod as well, so that's a free AWP upgrade. You know, you could call a few of the teammates of No Hard Feelings Habibis because of the amount of times that Unknown has been given an op just because of his teammates, right? I mean, they're pretty sweet to him. You know, every time that he needs a weapon, he's always giving a weapon up for free. I think it's also because he's been the one trying to like initiate the fights anyway. So the amount of times that they've been covering the banana position, he's been the one trying to take the aggressive role for himself. Maybe that's why he's been dying a lot. Maybe that's why he puts himself at risk at times. That's also why they exchange Volneys this one time, because that banana control has always been a big factor to the pushes where Bobby will demonstrate. Another shot again over to Soli. The hop. Held angle from Unknown. He missed the timing. Bavi's got a triple kill. That banana control already held to the hands by the captain himself, Bavi. As a Kazagod, the only thing that you can hope for is kill out that one lurker, so they force all their resources on one basket, but they also gotta expect that R2B2 is on the prowl. He gets one onto a Kazagod, but Unknown is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's either you try to save your gun or you go for the duels, and he goes for the duels, but gets picked off immediately by Riven. So this needs 8-3 right now as our scoreline, and God's Reign. I mean, you saw what happened. You throw those mollies. Bavi doesn't care. He's just still gonna push with his team. Pure confidence with that. Knows that this is gonna be a flash. Immediately does, goes in, pushes over, and then gets out. In and out, in and out. And that's how God's Reign has been playing. Well fired up. And Finn. These two have been one of their lurkers in their team. And they're able to find so much. To the point that it feels like they're killing the entire team of No Hard Feelings.
Yeah, it's almost like seeing Bavi walk on fiery coals of grounds, right? I mean, this guy could get flashed, could get mollied, could get naded, and he'd still push on banana. That's, again, an exchange of frags as Bavi, he was blinded, and yet again, he gets a second frag in the round, holding that banana. It's almost like he's been the banana king. Already dethroned by Abood. The op doesn't actually hit onto anybody as Revan will also get taken down in the process. A 1v2 for R2B2. Locked away by the smoke. Denied as well by Abood, who's also trying to gatekeep his presence. Because look at now.
He's holding.
Unknown is also on the prowl as well. He's going to try to hunt him down with that AWP.
He knows now.
Very risky for him, and he gets the shot anyway. That's a 4-8 scoreline in the second half for No Hard Feelings. They get the last laugh in that first half, but God's Reign have put up a bit of an attack. I do say so myself.
Yeah. I mean, seeing how No Hard Feelings readjusted and understood. Like, okay, guys, honestly, let's just keep pushing banana. I just try our best, and it did wonders for them. They're able. I think almost of this 4 rounds that they have won, 2 times of it, was because of their banana control. So maybe it's too late to do it, but nonetheless, at least they're able to get some rounds here. Now that we are on the reverse situation here, fired up being the defenders. Let's see how well they can play on No Hard Feelings pushing the banana.
And that's where the round actually goes out of the way. Because now they have banana. They have to fight off against the final boss himself, Bavi. Starts off one really strong attempt for him. As Dooley's also chasing down that church position, looking primed and ready. Sultan finally will get himself, Bavi, a 1v4. Needed also fired up. He has been pretty late to the cause. He was the A anchor. And he has to anchor down the CT position itself. Up for a lot of bullets onto Sultan, just chasing him down with the Doolies. Distance made for him, so it is a difficult position for Fired Up to be in. A second frag from Sultan. An aggressive push onto the banana control that was due to a lack of mollies. I think the lack of an incendiary, only 1 flash invested by God's Reign. And Bavi taken down pretty early into the round as well, not helping the CT position cause. Which also led to the 5th round win for No Hard Feelings. Good job on the entry.
good way to start things off for their end here, hoping to continue the momentum, to continue the pacing. Because they did one hell of a job pushing towards Banana. So maybe a readjustment will be here towards God's Reign if they choose to do so. They are stacking up instead towards the A side. Timing. Yeah, that was not good. He was hoping to put out the nades, but they were just walking their way towards B side, making as much noise as possible, trying to bait the team out, but they're not taking it. They're not taking it at all. Regardless of it, unknown. Able to get the kill towards Driven. As Finn and Bobby. Now what can they do? Rather than just hold the side, see what they can provide, as a hit will be towards the B side. No Hard Feelings getting ready to transition their way here, as the entire squad hoping to do damage. Fired up though, gets the kill towards Sultan so he could get a upgrade on his gun. The flash has been set. Hoping for them to push the right time. The 5-7s, will it matter? Oh, could not get that kill. Solely battle scarred there, but still survives somehow.
Yeah. And if you look at the minimap, while all of that was happening, there was an ample amount of time for Fired Up to pick up the weapon upgrade and rush all the way down to that Bananas position, while No Hard Feelings were waiting outside of the smoke. But in the blink of an eye, they decided to push on down because they had the numbers advantage. They had full confidence that there was only one holding down that position, since it was Sultan who got picked off anyway, relayed that info to the team, and that's where the communication was set. I think I like that from No Hard Feelings. It's a good sign for them moving forward. They're able to relay that info to the team. They're able to play off of that info and actually make a winning position, a winning decision to actually fight off Bavi, who was still anchoring onto the site itself. And it was going to be enough for them to get a 6-round win, but will be enough to break the mentality of the squad. Because God's Reign in these sort of positions are pretty familiar on playing on a deficit. They're going to be on an eco round in this round, but remember the loss bonus is actually supplementing the cause for them this time around. So even if they lose this round, they're going to have a lot of cash flowing into the next. And I'm kind of expecting Bavi to actually probably call something crazy at this point in time, because I can't expect them to play a full buy. I see a Mac 10 on Fired Up. I see a few 5-7s. And I see a Kazagod laying some time for the squad. So I think we're going to have a bit of a tactical pause, or maybe something technical so he could reconnect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, just seeing on how, our observers, I would give them, a 10 out of 10. I mean, first, the instant replay on the ragdoll a while ago, and then they had like a slow-mo, and then this time now he's just showing us, bro, he's vanishing. He's vanishing. It's like, the Avengers, Thanos, with that snap of a finger, he turns to ashes. But yeah, I mean, it's been looking good for No Hard Feelings. They had a trouble in the beginning where God's Reign were just getting rounds after rounds after rounds until No Hard Feeling understood what they needed to change and to just not be passive. Play aggressive, take advantage of the confidence coming from God's Reign, because I feel like at certain aspects they were just too overconfident in how they were playing. And it felt like I felt like they couldn't. They were able to put a stop on towards Finn's aggressiveness and Fired Ups as well.
Yeah, and I think a big challenge of playing Inferno on the T side as well is that you're playing off of like the less amount of information, other than the banana position is open until you're being bombarded by the flash and the smokes. Considering that No Hard Feelings are playing off behind the smoke as well, they couldn't fully verify anything until one of those players who wasn't on banana was taken down in the process. So that's the only point of contention that they had. They didn't even know that Finn has given up his position entirely. They didn't even know that Fired Up was hoping for a bit of an upgrade, as they did take down Sultan in that position. Sultan, speaking of him, he's low on HP. That's where The P250 from Revan actually gets a lot of value into the round. Remember, I said the loss bonus is going to pivot God's Reign's economy. And this time, it's a different story. They don't have that much money, man. They're only asking for pennies at this point.
Or probably chickens. You know, I think there's something with our observer. I don't know if they're hungry or they're just really into chickens. As the action is about to happen towards mid, so I think that's what we need to be looking at right now. As Riven is just around the corner, getting ready to go for the feet. They gotta check it, but the damage. Oh, he almost got the kill. Oh, that would have been big for him. He was able to convert that, as I believe the chicken was immediately runs away. Starts to G2. Could go for the push there. I think it's gonna be a gun upgrade for him. That's gonna be big, but not big enough. As Soli stops him immediately. Make that a 2v3 now. Although they do have guns in their hands. Could change things up for the team. They're able to play the utilities right. A lot of damage on towards Finn, not necessarily what you want to happen. Because he's rather low. Fired up though. Firing up! Oh, yo. Soli left alone, going for a pistol. Somebody help me, he says. He's going for the defuse, but he's jumping on the box though, fired up. Is he playing smart? Time is ticking, he has to make something happen. Soli stops them down. 8-7. One hell of a play here from Soli.
And the only way that they could actually make that work was that one smoke wall set up by Fired Up. And after the consideration of taking that mid side after a really fast post plan for No Hard Feelings, they were just so low because of that exchange. Enough for Soli to use the Glock in hand, just running and gunning on towards the last two players who were low. My oh my, this game is just delivering on all fronts. Now we got a game on our hands, 8-7. No Hard Feelings catching up. Over to the side of God's Reign. Remember, they needed that round. Try to supplement their economy moving forward. R2B2 will get one onto Akazad, and that's really good news for their side on the CT. Banana now fully contested for the side of God's Reign, and No Hard Feelings answer back with just an op from Unknown. And beyond, speaking of that, Riven, who's going to try to see if he can get some over towards an app's position. It's like in this position, they're all looking for that first blood, which they have exchanged, but a bit of a reset happening, and again, a chicken over my horizon. I think they heard you.
I'm telling you, this guy has an obsession with chickens. Alright, well, nonetheless, B might be the side to take here as they are setting things up with their utilities maybe at hand, or just, you know, trying to find pickoffs. They're playing rather slow though, and you know, they don't have much time left ticking for them. The read coming from God's Reign is to stack towards B, and I think that might have been a big mistake. A side. Revan is left alone. I mean, he has been a bit shaky with his op, but, you know, maybe when it matters, he is possibly might be able to make a play here. A good position at hand. Shot, it's fired. He finds one, finds two. You can't doubt the man. As he's able to get massive amount of kills here. As the advantage is there, and the nade doesn't hit. Oh, he's so low. Could have gotten the kill, 3 HP. God's Reign are on the driver's seat here, Ramon. So they have to play rather scary. Look, he's playing.
He's pushing the smoke. Pushing the smoke. Oh,
you know,
Revan.
They shot him down. Naboo.
Triple kill.
He's gonna get done and dusted. Immediately, you know, stopping them at their tracks. Revan, the guy who was holding the side by himself, by his lonesome, finding two with that AWP. You can't count him out.
Yeah, and he was the lone anchor too. He was playing the passive position. And the thing about being on the T side and you trying to pull through towards, I believe it was the A short position, you don't normally smoke that side. So that was an open angle for Revan, who was deciding on two angles, either hold up on that A long position from that library side, or try to take a chance at opening yourself up to a bit of a shorter angle, which is right across that truck side, and he very well gambled well. 4 kills, in fact, for him. It's a rush on down from the Tech 9. He has to run. He has to hide, but he cannot hide from the Tech 9. Ak is a god. He isn't acting like a god. He's already won. Over towards that 1-for-1 trade off. Babby, right place, right time. Unknown was lost in that scenario. 4v3. Solely in a booty. Only got Tech 9s in hand. But Ak is a god. The only opper. Could not even reposition himself. That leaves them both on an island. They are smoked up. They get flashed down. Finn getting another. Falling down to Soli. He has the AK-47, but could not run. Away from the Tech 9. Revan has invested into the round. That's the 10th round win for God's Reign, and all it took was adaptability and Bavi's calling. This guy has always been so consistent. The fragging IGL has done it again.
I mean, what can you say? There's a reason why he is the leader. And he is one hell of a player. I mean, in terms of kills again, he's the one leading the board on his team. I mean, well, to be fair, everybody has been up in this map. Everyone is double digits in terms of frags. Just to show you, like, they are on track. God's Reign, comfortable as they are, just needs a couple more if they can. Again, another full buy for No Hard Feelings. I think they just abandoned ship. They might just be giving up banana control all the time.
Well, good thing they're able to use the smoke on, just so that they could cross over from banana position. The guy's a god. He's making a lot of presence, a lot of noise. He wants to be the one noticed by everybody on God's Reign. But they do put the smoke down for a reason, just so that they can ignore that side of the map, trying to pull back and see if they can get a little bit more defense on that sandbag spot while you leave Revan. But all the confidence on this guy who has been performing really well on this Inferno map. And a lot of impactful multi-frags, but fired up. Now he picks up the secondary AWP. Where the lurk comes down for Akazagod. He's already got one. And that pulls out the Tech 9. He knows that he's low, and Revan takes full advantage. But they realize that that's the only man over at that banana position. They rotate back on towards that ace site, leaving Revan, again, the opper, on an island on towards that banana position. How did they fare well with this? Well, take their passive positions. I like this from God's Reign.
Very different from how they're playing. Usually you just go for one single op, but this time Fired Up says, you know what? Let's play a bit more defensive and see how this one works. The flick will not be there. No avail. As Sultan has got their number, he understands how they've been playing on that library. Immediately able to get that frag down and dusted. Revan has to go save that op.
And I kind of like the aggressiveness from Sultan here. He's been taking these crouch peeks just so that he could take them off guard. That actually countered the AWP from Fired Up. That also took Finn by surprise. That was Aboud who also adopted that same, that same peeking angle. So by the end of things, the rifle's taking a lot of the impact from these winning rounds for both sides of the team. No Hard Feelings going to get their last laugh here in their 10-8 score line. And Sultan doing a really good job. Actually opening up the space for the squad, realizing that their apartments push has been an easy entry for them once they get themselves a pick, and a bit of an over-aggress as well from Fired Up actually cost them their life there.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily a big fan of the double AWP here for Fired Up, because what makes Fired Up is the way he plays. He goes guns blazing. He just rushes you, giving the disrespect just because he's just that confident, that cocky. So making him play a bit more reserved, it kind of doesn't feel like the Fired Up experience.
Well, actually, JT, in a lot of their history, when they know they're up in terms of economy, they always play, well, sometimes, I guess around like 4 out of 10 times they play the WP. Okay, that's a lot of doubles. But you get my point. That's 2 sniper rifles that they actually like to play. And usually they put the other one on Bavi, but they decide to give it to Fired Up. So kind of makes sense if you think about it. Not given to know their history. Slowly, that's a slow peak. If I've versus Scene 1. That's a 4v4. Banana being held up by 2 players on No Hard Feelings. That's leaving Bavi on an island. That's when they pull the rotation over to that side of the map. Finn is here to support the cause, but in the end, what they did do is pull out those rotations, making A a little bit more vulnerable, a little bit more
Nice
kind
flash.
of left up to desire, but a nice flash from Revan as well, supported, but a nice refrag from Sultan as well, opens up the round entirely for the taking. And again, that over-rotation over to the B is something that's left to be desired, because God's Reign, you're going to get surprised by 3 players swarming up on that A site. Revan has to get at least 1, and he does. Has to get around it. But the second he surprises them, because of these multi-frags, he has come alive in this server. But Akazagod will have a bit of chance to actually clutch up this 1v2 as he plants the bomb down on A. When we realize that he is getting swarmed up. Is Finn actually gonna take a lot of time to rotate on down? Bavi is playing this a little bit so patiently. I'm gonna play this together. No, Bavi. He is the one who waits for the perfect time to strike. It's Akazagod that actually is the one walking onto his crosshair. And we'll give the 11th round win. It's the second time in a row that Revan has solo anchored the fight with the AWP and then surprised the viewers with how well he has adjusted to the situation.
Let me just look at this, right? He re-peaks, able to find 2? Like, this guy has been holding the site by himself. He ain't no need anybody. He's the one true god and the side of holding the site. You know, with that AWP, we were doubting on how he was on Nuke on his AWP because he's been whiffing those shots. But this time, in Inferno, man, this guy's a sharpshooter. He knows where they're at. He's getting those shots, getting those kills, even buying space for his team. Has Finn able to at least get 1 done and dusted already. And that's Sultan, who has been, by the way, making a lot of impact for No Hard Feelings. So him gone could hurt them heavily.
I like the image of the chicken here. Just,
I mean, what
one of the signatures that we've had here. I mean, I like chicken. I mean,
yeah.
Especially if they're cooked. Not.
I mean,
when they're alive.
I don't think that you could. Wait,
Inside
let's bring
push,
back the action. they're going pushing
Yeah.
on towards Finn. Yeah, they're able to at least shut them down quite a bit. Again, fired up with an AWP. Like you said, you like doing the double up setup. It seems like there's a reason why. Wait, okay, fired up? I mean, I don't know, buddy. A bit shaky to my liking.
Bit of an awkward spot for him. Hopefully somebody doesn't clip that. You know, Bavi is left alone. The anchor on the set itself fired up, known already on the other side of the map. That's a 3v3 now. Bavi is in that dark spot. Souls is going to claim him for himself. That's a very surprising attempt for him. He's jumping up and down, trying to see if he can find himself a frag. Make it difficult for anybody to actually kill him off in the process. 2v3 now. R2B2. They have to clutch this up solo since Revan is definitely on the other side of the map. What does he do in this scenario? He pushes onto Akazagod. And Revan's deciding that he is going to save up that AWP. So that's another round in No Hard Feelings and another image of the chicken right in front of us.
I mean, you know, chicken. I think I think Fired Up needs a chicken. Maybe he's hungry. Maybe that's the reason why we keep seeing chickens, right? Because he's been whipping his shots with that AWP. And that's the reason why he died as well when he fought against, I believe, Soli. So, maybe chicken's the answer?
Yep. You know, JT, as we were talking about the chicken, I actually went to Toxie's stream right now, twitch.tv/Toxie, by the way. And I said I want chicken shawarma rolls. And now Toxie is craving for chicken shawarma rolls.
Now I also want now. Why are you guys doing this to me? We're casting. I don't know if they're gonna still be open by the time we're done. But nonetheless,
yeah.
Beetle said, I'm done with this game. I'm gonna be pushing. I don't care. I mean, the damage that he did, that's 2 already gone and dead. I ain't no need no chicken, he says.
I guess the chicken buff is not affected on that side as Abood does take himself a chance. It's another 3v3. The low buy is out for fired up, but remember, is this the 5-7s talking about? Unknown again, firing off on all cylinders at up. Finally getting some damage done. 16 kills for Unknown. A huge improvement, but Finn, he's already gone on the long con. He's already coming up with the flank. Fired up with another. That's Finn getting a second, a 1v1, and Finn, he was a guy trying to clutch up because of that flank. He now knows his position, and he swings into a second frag. That's match point for God's Reign. This close to knocking No Hard Feelings out of the qualifying bracket.
This is big. This is tough. This is a chicken. I mean, they need money. Probably sell some chicken. I don't know, but this is going to be really hard. They don't necessarily have the funds to get those AKs, the rifles that they need. And God's Reign, somehow, some way, on an eco, they were able to win it. Just because R2 Beetle was like, I ain't gonna hold anymore. I'm gonna push, I'm gonna run my way in mid and just take control and wreak havoc. And wreak havoc he did. I was able to get 2 kills and 2 frags, which kind of paved the way for God's Reign with how Finn was positioning himself as well.
JC, are you craving for chicken shawarma rolls right now? Because by the time this game is over, I think I'm gonna get one myself. Close to me as Revan gets a shot again with the AWP. That's a molly in hand again. They're rushing on towards their death. It's a death march for No Hard Feelings. They're jumping up and down, giving himself an opportunity to strike. As Unknown, he tries to reconvene with a 2 versus 3. That's his first frag in the round. Unfortunate, because God's Reign almost have this in the bag. They have full control over A. This prompts No Hard Feelings to rotate all across the other side of the map, and that's the only miracle that they could cook up for themselves. But by the time that they can plant the bomb down, that's when they'll realize that God's Reign are ready to swarm around them, because now they're just hunting for kills. Just as much as this observer is looking for the chickens all across this map, man.
Is this like an Easter egg? You know? Look for the chicken everywhere? Is this what it
Probably.
But they haven't even entered the site on towards B, and they're just gonna spray them down. Oh, he hits him! Solely! He's almost dead! He has 10 HP, Ramon. No armor, no nothing. One nade is all it takes, and he's dead. And they're pushing. And they're getting ready. Oh, there you have it, the damage. No, what can you do? This could be the ending of this, unless he clutches it up. No! Denied! R2B2. We got the fuse, and there you have it. A 2-0 that I think nobody predicted it. 2-0 on God's Reign side.
I mean, we were wishing for a game 3. We were wishing for a bit of a competition in towards this second game, but in my eyes, well, that's definitely something that we kind of expected in the back of our minds. There's a little bit of a discussion for how we're going to be discussing this, so why don't we head back over to the panel where Tox is going to be talking through this with us, you know?
Thank you so much, guys, for that amazing casting and reminding us of chicken shawarma at this time of the night. Everyone's craving chicken shawarma now. That's very horrible. And that observer needs to be fired, please, PLG. Do something. But obviously, that was such an intense match. I feel like we've seen some of that strength coming from the resilience, maybe coming from the side of No Hard Feelings. But once again, they fail. They were so close, but they fail. This means they are out of this competition. They can still play in the second, third, and fourth qualifier if they don't manage to qualify through the second. So they have 3 more chances, but hard luck to them. 2-0 scoreline here for God's Reign, our first finalist. And on the other side, Wahwa have won first map. It was 13-4, and now it's second map. I think they're up 4-0. Ramon and JT, I mean, you guys were in the action. You've seen it all. We felt like the T side was slightly weaker when it comes to No Hard Feelings. Do you believe like it was I don't know, passiveness mainly, or was it they're playing scared, or what was happening on the side of No Hard Feelings there?
Yeah, I think they understood like the assignment a little bit because they
Sorry,
actually
on the
were in
city
position
side.
to. Ah, okay. On the city side, I see, I see. So, I think it was the matter of they knew when to be aggressive, but the execution just wasn't there at the very top of my mind. Because in a lot of situations, they were actually contesting for banana multiple times in a row, but they aren't able to convert through on a lot of those engagements. So that's something that they have to look out forward. Possibly in their next coming qualifiers, I'm not too sure if they're going to be registering for the next causes, but it's a good showing from them, if I do say so myself. I think they're going to be proud to see how they have performed against one of the best teams in India. And I'm just going to be excited to see how.
Whoa. Oh no. Okay, he's back.
Okay. I'm back.
Saved.
Okay. Hello, hello, hello.
I
Can you hear
can't
me?
hear you now. I can hear you, Ramon. Yeah, but JT,
Hello, hello.
are you with us, JT?
I can't hear him. I
No,
can't
no,
hear him.
you, no, yeah,
Yeah. Uh, I guess.
no, JT, no, man. What is happening to you, dude? Anyway, Ramon, until JT figures this complex situation, we've spoken about Banana. You know, these guys, Soli and Sultan, I think they were playing B in the city side. They struggled so hard. They couldn't just do anything. They lost them. They had like 3 and 4 kills. And I think that was the main reason why God's Reign won that map. Actually, they won so many rounds from taking control over Banana. You're waiting for a question? Oh no, what is happening to the guys? Ramon, are you
Hello?
there? Alright, yeah, you're here.
Hello. Yeah, I'm here. Okay, okay. So
Did you hear my question?
okay. I think I heard you speak about banana a lot, but I think I didn't hear like the tail end of your question. Thoughts?
I was saying they lost so many rounds in Banana because Soli and Sultan, they had like 3 and 4 kills in total, so they weren't doing much. And I feel like they lost so much of that map because of that.
Yeah, I think that was the important part. I mean, how they were trying to trigger those key points of the map. Well, we've been talking about Banana a lot. They haven't been losing out on the aggressiveness that they needed to do on controlling Banana, but the execution and how they were trying to fight for Banana control, fight for Apartments control has been thwarted because in a lot of situations, a lot of timings have been won because it was good clearing by both the lurkers on the side of God's Reign. You can see that there are a lot of situations where Fired Up has been winning those gunfights on Apartments. Plus, whenever Bavi has the forward position, even though he gets mollied, even though he gets blinded, it's a lot of situations where it feels kind of stupid to watch, but it works out for the side of God's Reign just because of how well crafted their raw aim has been doing, even if they are blinded. So,
JT, how are
I'm
you
back.
doing?
Yes,
He's
I'm
back.
good.
JT, give me some thoughts on the map there. You know, what did you feel like? Did you feel like, you know, God's Reign were slipping? Did you feel like there was hope actually with the performance of No Hard Feelings? What did you think of the match overall?
Well, honestly, I wasn't expecting it to be that close. I mean, I called it 13 and 4, right? But they brought it closer for a reason because no hard feelings. They had the chance and the opportunity. Now, I'm gonna put some conspiracy theories here, okay? That's just to open everybody's minds. Each time the observer showed the camera of the chicken, no hard feelings loses. So
Uh-huh.
I feel like the chicken is cursed. So maybe they could message
Sounds
the
like a movie,
observer
yeah.
and say like, bro, why'd you do this to us?
The curse of the chicken.
But, the curse of the chicken. But honestly though, no hard feelings. They had the right mindset coming into the second end of things here, the second half. But for some reason, Revan activated. Like this guy had the side to himself. Like the entirety of his team were in B's side, but it didn't matter. Revan with it up, we're stopping them at their tracks time and time again. Not only does he get a single kill, he gets multiple kills by himself. For that, his team can immediately rotate, and by the time they're able to take the side, the entire team is there already, up for the retake. And that just goes to show that when God's Reign, when each player are on their best, it's so hard to play up against them.
All right, so if you could choose an MVP for that match, maybe Ramon and JT, who would you guys pick?
I think Bavi. I think I want to try to divide this into two maps, and then I'll give my overall MVP. I think Bavi for Nuke, because not only was he leading the charge in terms of frags, but he was also calling at the same time. So that's already like a huge achievement for him. And for the second, I think it's either gonna be around Finn or Revan, because Revan, he definitely put a lot of impact frags, a lot of multi frags on that op. I think overall, I gotta give it to Bavi, because this guy, he was no slouch at all. When it came into the series in particular, he was impact fragging on that second map, but on that first map, holy hell, was this guy fragging all across the server, man.
JT, same thoughts?
Yeah, exactly, 100%. I was also gonna say Bavi, just because he's been Mr. Consistency. And not only that, I feel like he's a really good role model to his entire team. Like when they were not stepping up, he said, okay, I got this, guys. Just follow my lead. And same thing with in the second map here in Inferno. It was Bavi, the one who was taking control on towards Banana when they were on the attacking side of things. And you can tell, just because of how Bavi was playing and how comfortable he was, it was able to relieve the stress coming from his team to the fact that every single player, every single individual in God's Reign were able to perform. I mean, we've seen a lot of whiffs coming from the side of Riven. Let's not forget, Nuke was horrible on him. But this time, just because of how well everybody has been, that AWP was amazing on that side. So kudos to Bavi for being one hell of a leader and one hell of a fragger as well.
All right, we got word that our boys at the studio are setting up an interview. Do we know who the interview is with? So maybe we can, get to some discussions. Okay, so we're getting unknowns from No Hard Feelings, the man of the hour, maybe in the second map, where he struggled in the first map actually. But we can get some thoughts from the guy. Let us know once it's ready. Would love to hear his thoughts on the map. Then we'll get to the giveaways. So, okay, so we have 2 minutes. It would be interesting to get his insights as well, because I've read in the chat that this team has been for 1 week now, which is kind of impressive to reach a semi-final and even almost upsetting God's Reign. So that's quite something, and something to be proud of. And I think it will give them a good push for the second qualifier, right, Ramon?
Yeah, I think I think for me, I don't think this is the last that we're gonna be seeing of No Hard Feelings, right? And I think you mentioned that they came this far with only being a team for 1 week. What happens if they're a team for 2 weeks in a row, right? I mean, the experience that they're gonna have from this qualifier will be a very big experience for them, right? And the fact that they're also not going to be playing up against God's Reign, I think that's also going to be a huge plus for them. They don't have to worry about the Kings of India anymore. Now they can just focus on themselves, chillax a bit for a huge week, go back to the VODs, and maybe possibly get rid of those confidence issues that we actually saw on the server.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's always good that you participate. This is why such tournaments are actually a blessing. And I say this because if it's a one-time tournament with one qualifier, then you gotta wait months until the next tournament happens. And by that time, maybe your team, disbands. And this is why we have 4 chances. And I think the second qualifier happens around... I mean, the registration is open, so you guys can head over to GG League and on Faceit, or maybe search for MESL. You can find the tournament page there. So the registration is still open. The guys can register for, I think it's around 15th, 16th, I don't know, that time, mid of October, mid 3rd week of October. So make sure to you guys I've seen True Rippers there, which is probably like the second or third best Indian team. So that's good news. I see lots of good teams signing up. Hopefully we see some of more of the MENA teams as well, because we have some really good players in the GCC, specifically in the hubs. Okay, I think the interview is ready. So let's get Unknown's on board. He is live. Hello, Unknown. Can you hear us? He can hear us, but we can't hear him.
Yeah.
He's not talking. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'll ask the first question here. Maybe then Ramon and JT. We'll go with that order. So, unknowns. I know you guys had a very shaky nuke, a much better Inferno. Maybe you can talk to us, tell us about nuke. What happened there? I saw you lost. I think you lost 3 clutches that would have been a difference maker. So please tell us more about your nuke.
Yes. Yes, hello, you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
My question was, nuke was a bit shaky. You guys almost did a comeback there, but you lost some important clutches. I think you also, some players didn't have a good game from your side. Maybe you can walk us through that. What happened in nuke? Was it a confidence issue? Was it communication? Especially those clutches that you guys lost. I think you had the upper hand as well. So just tell me more about nuke.
Okay, I'm gonna start with saying that I think our worst, the main problem was our mid-round calls. So we get 2 or 3 picks, and instead of grouping up and deciding on one place, I noticed 2 or 3 people are calling 3 different places. And once we swapped to city side, there was a very big issue, which I'm 100% sure is the reason we lost. Like, that guys are not speaking enough to the guys in the game. So, for example, we're on a 4v2, we're 4 players, they are 2. We have 2 players in a spot where the enemy team can't be. So instead of playing sites, we're playing radio room, we're playing secret. And then they enter into the place where there's no players, and then we just lose it. And this team is literally 1 week old. We haven't played one game of Inferno together. We only practiced Ancient, and we practiced Nuke, which is why you see our T-side on Nuke was very fast. We get around very quickly. We rarely make mistakes. So I'm feeling confident for the next qualifier. Inshallah, we'll practice a little more. Hope for the best.
Inshallah. Last question. Okay, maybe Ramon and JT give 2 questions at the same time.
No pressure.
Let me think about the question, and then I'm gonna let JT ask it.
Yeah.
You know, JT.
Okay, the question that I received from Ramon, he's just saying that, you guys are, I guess, a hidden gem, honestly, because just watching you guys perform was tremendous. You're up against a team that was considered one of the best in South Asia, and just being a team for 1 week, I just wonder, what else, do you guys take from this loss? Like, is there something that you can take out of it, playing up against such a formidable team, and being a team that's only been there for a week?
Okay. I think the way moving forward is we need to practice more. We need to watch more demos of professional teams, how they play, especially CT side. On T side, we're all confident. We all take the right aim duels. And if you noticed, not one of us died without a trade kill.
Mm-hmm.
Our T side is on top of us. On our CT hold, I don't know if we're panicking or if we're not reading the other team the right way. But I'll just say we, moving forward, we just watch pro POVs on CT side. We know how to react, and we're gonna focus on nuke because apparently we're very good on nuke.
One more question, Ramon.
Okay. First thing, if you guys wanna think about a team to look at, I think G2's nuke is also one of the things that you guys should be looking at. And a question for me is. I think like it's a really good question to ask right now is that what do you want to say to the viewers out there who have been watching your journey up from how you started in this tournament up to where you are right now? You got eliminated by one of the best teams in India. What do you want to say to the fans out there or the people that have been watching you guys from how you've been performing in this tournament so far?
Okay. Let me think about this. I don't want to say something wrong.
It's okay. You can bash on the haters. I know there are a lot in the chat.
Perfect. Yes, I have it, but I clicked on it. Do I need to reconnect? Okay, I'm gonna press reconnect.
All right, we're gonna reconnect to Unknown because
Is this more clear?
Oh wow, this is yeah.
Oh, that's 100% better.
Oh,
Anyways,
all
I'm gonna
right.
start with saying, before I address the haters, I'm gonna say to everyone out there that we went up against one of the best teams. And by the way, the other teams in the qualifier were all afraid to go up against them. I've been receiving Steam messages saying, please eliminate them. We played really well. We haven't practiced enough, and we performed. I'm 100% sure we performed more than anyone expected, better than anyone expected. And to the haters, I want to tell them one thing. It's a saying in Arabic. Al Maidan, Yah Maidan. Anyone who feels like they can go up against us, just set up the server and we'll be ready. And to
There.
everyone who has never played a tournament in their life, stay online, keep watching Tox's stream, and stay in your lane.
Whoa. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Unknowns, for that statement.
You're welcome.
And wish you good luck, inshallah, in the
Thank
second
you guys
qualifier.
for the استضافة.
أهلا وسهلا.
يلا, see you.
You can
brother.
leave now. مع السلامة. All right, so you've heard the man. He's like, instead of you guys yapping in the chat and come against us, and we'll show you how it's done. So I love that. Honestly, I love that. I love the confidence seeing from him. And obviously, he mentioned that God's Reign is a very strong team, and they were up against that challenge. So props to them. All right, guys at the studio, are we ready for some giveaway? Of course. All right, so the giveaway rules are quite simple. There is Mr. Amir, you see him in the chat. Now, Mr. Amir is gonna select a random chatter, but not now, Amir, don't do it now. So he's gonna select a random chatter from the guys on Twitch chat on my stream, on Toxi's channel, and type anything. No, don't type anything to enter. I want you to type chicken. Those who type chicken will enter will enter the draw, and the winner will get a 3 months free subscription to MESL, which you can redeem anytime if you already have a existing subscription. So I see lots of chickens in the chat. Let's give them a few more seconds. More chicken. I'm also gonna enter, by the way.
Yeah, I thought it was like 3 months subscription of chicken shawarmas, man. I was like ready too. Like, where do I join? I was like, where do I join?
Only chicken, no garlic sauce.
All right, drum rolls. I think we're ready for the winner of the. All right, Amir, give us the winner. It's anticlimax, and the winner is Kohla CS. Oh my goodness! Congratulations to Kohla for the 3 months subscription. Kohla, if you don't want it, we can give it to someone else if you're not playing. Kohla was bashing on Sultan and Soli, and suddenly he gets the win. That's how life works sometimes. Okay, he says he doesn't play, so he's like, I don't mind if I want to give it to someone else. Should we reroll? Okay, let's get a reroll in the chat. Emir, let's try once again. He's gonna win this. He won
Let's go.
again?
Again? You won again?
This.
What?
Can I transfer $1,000 now?
Is this real life?
It's yeah.
Nah, this guy needs to
That's
get a lottery ticket
Okay,
right now.
third time's a charm. Third time's a charm.
If he wins again, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm quitting. Yeah, we're ending this broadcast. if
Me
he wins
too.
the third time. Emir, let's hit a third one.
There
All
you
right,
go.
Trip,
Okay,
finally.
okay.
And you winner.
Imagine winning
There
2
you
times
go.
in a row. Oh my god.
Insane luck.
Wow, actually, okay. Trip, do you want this 3 months subscription to MESL, or should we pass it to someone else? You know, since it's donation month, September. Let's see if he actually wants to keep it or not.
Maybe double it and give it to the next person. No, I'm just kidding.
Double and pass.
That's what he said.
No, bro, we're not playing Uno here, bro.
You predicted it, bro. You predicted it.
Mind games. Mind games. I think we're
We'll
rolling
wait
again.
for
man.
Trip. I don't know if he wants. What are you saying, Trip? We're not gonna double it, but if you wanna pass it, then we can pass it for someone that actually needs it. I know because he's a traitor. Actually, Trip. He plays on another hub. That's why. Reroll. Okay, let's get another reroll.
Whoa.
Oh, Gotten K. Smith. He's the winner. Do you want it, or I
Thanks.
mean, are we gonna keep doing this all night? Please take it.
He's gonna take it. Oh, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Finally, winner. Congratulations. You know, Amir is telling you what to do now, which is there's a few more we're giving away, so make sure to tune in. I'm looking actually at the second map, which is 9-5 to Wahwa, so we're getting there. We're getting closer. Oh, all right. The director has told us that we have a break of 10 minutes. I don't know if you guys can afford not missing us for 10 minutes. So we're just giving you time to think about this chat, you know, whether you actually want us going for 10 minutes, because that's a very long time.
Yeah.
You know, you'll miss JT, you'll miss Ramon. I don't know, the chicken shawarma talk.
Oh my gosh.
What is chicken shawarma roll, bro? That's not even like proper chicken shawarma.
Really? No, I think it's something that I tried. They actually put them in the roll and then they slice it up individually.
Ah, that's Arabi. We call it Arabi chicken, which is like you cut into. Okay, I see what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean the guy JT. I feel like you want to say something.
I mean, are they gonna give us food too? I mean, they've been showing chicken the entire time. Honestly, I thought I was like ready. I was gonna say in the broadcast a while ago when I was casting, if we show that chicken one more time, you guys owe us food.
All right, we're gonna go for a quick 10 minutes break. Hopefully, we can get some shawarma. I know the guys will give us some shawarma. They're nice people. PLG, those guys. So make sure. He says it's not gonna happen. So make sure that you guys tune in, and we'll see you in 10 minutes, inshallah, to watch the final between Gazrin and maybe Wahwa, unless there's a miraculous comeback there. So we'll see you in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Give me my shawarma.
Um, Tuxi?
I tricked you now. I want to see if you guys are well aware of it. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in and being patient with the 10 minutes break we have. But it passed very fast. I didn't have chicken shawarma, but I found chicken fajita. I think it's quite close, but there's nothing like shawarma. But anyway, we are back, and now we're on to the final. We have Wahwah actually winning their semifinal 13-4, 13-5, I believe it was, and Anubis and Ancient against Aim Stars. So they're a full Pakistani roster. Actually, they're a very strong lineup, and this is going to be an interesting matchup. We do have the veto, and I'm going to go through it real quick. Wahwah banned Inferno, God's Reign banned Nuke. So that's 2 maps gone already. Mirage was picked by Wahwah, and God's Reign will start on CT. Ancient picked by God's Reign, and Wahwah will start on CT. Wahwah banned Vertigo, God's Reign banned Dustu, and Anubis is the last map standing. It's interesting that we're gonna see 6 maps so far in this competition in all the broadcasts we have. So that's quite it's quite fun to see so much diversity and a variety of maps between all these teams. They are actually opting to go for a different map every time, and I love that. It's the meta maybe has changed from before. It was always Mirage and Inferno and the two in these maps, so it's nice to see. But Ramon, first map is gonna be Mirage. I mean, I don't want to ask you because we have no idea what's gonna happen in Mirage. But you've seen God's Reign. We haven't seen much of Wahwah. Do you believe first of all this is gonna be a one-sided final?
Well, let me actually enlighten a little bit about this matchup. I mean, this is gonna be not the first time that we're going to be seeing this matchup, actually. Probably for a lot of the majority of the viewers out there. But the last time that these teams faced up against each other was way back February. And they also fought up in the Mirage map as well. I believe this was around the time when they had the draft over at Last Premier. This was when at least one legend in history of CS will be playing with one of the players, or one of the teams, actually. For both God's Reign and Wahwah. For God's Reign, they had Guardian. For Wahwah, they had Olaf Meister play in that roster. It was a very fun game, actually. They played the Mirage map, and whoever won that was God's Reign at that time. So we're going to be seeing a very similar matchup right here, right now. Some expectations, I believe God's Reign won that 13-4, and again, pinch of salt because it was around the time when they had the draft, so it's not a full roster on that exchange. But do take note, they did win though, so this could possibly be something that Wahwah are going to be fighting up against, since it has been months since we see them play on that map against the same team as well.
JT, what do you think? I mean, do you believe Ramon is on point here?
I kind of almost sounded like it was turning Russian out of nowhere. But
yeah, I don't know what happened to the accent.
Yeah, the accent kicked in out of nowhere, and he said Guardian. It was turning Russian. I was like, that caught me off guard. I thought you were Filipino. But definitely, I'm looking forward to this. I'm not even entirely sure if this would be a close game. I mean, Wahwah, we saw Aim Stars yesterday. They were playing really well, and they were looking so good. And then knowing that Wahwah dominated that one, in a one-sided fashion at East, then it's kind of scary to see how this game will go. This might be the first ever series that we'll see that will go through the distance. Possibly even map number 3, which would mean that we have seen every single map ever in this tournament, which I'm going to be super happy if we ever reach that point. And that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping to see Anubis, I'm hoping to see Mirage, because this is the maps that has not been played yet in this tournament. And like you said, it's surprising enough to see how well and diverse people are nowadays, where it's just not sticking to a single map all the time. Now it's that everybody can play any other map, and it could catch you by surprise. You gotta really practice them all.
And the fun thing about this match is it's a Classico. It's India against Pakistan. And there's lots of rivalries, friendly rivalries in sports and esports. So it's going to be interesting, and I'm really looking forward. This could actually be possibly one of the best Pakistani lineups we have. These guys, I remember them in Ramadan League also. They fought very hard for it. I'm not sure what they placed, but I think it was top 4. So I think this team has lots of potential. God's Reign, definitely this is not an easy matchup for them. And then the next map is going to be Ancient. We've seen God's Reign on Ancient, and I think we also Wahwah played Ancient as well, and they won 13-6. So this is, I think the second map is going to be a very close one. So I don't know, Ramon, do you feel like it's sealed since God's Reign picked this map, or do you feel like Wahwah is really gonna give them trouble here?
Tux, I actually had a dream last night, and all of that I was thinking about in that dream was how well executed their Ancient was. It was enough to actually put a good man to sleep. So in my eyes, God's Reign, if they actually keep their same form from yesterday, from that Ancient map, it's going to be very, very good for them. Since they had the good amount of fundamentals, they molly off the right amount of utility as well, and they realize like what types of pushes we need to go forward. So in my eyes, I think God's Reign have a good advantage here. But since Wawa also had a strong Ancient heading forward into this matchup, it's going to be up in the air.
Did you have the same dream, JT?
No, I don't have the same dream as Ramon. I don't think about CS2 before I sleep and be like, damn, that was some good CS. I go to sleep, I'm like, oh, I'm casting tomorrow. Okay, gotta get some sleep now. But nonetheless, though, in terms of like statistic-wise, Mirage has been an okay standard in terms of God's Reign, when the recent plays that they have done was playing up against Star Boys and Alter Ego. And when they did play up against Alter Ego, they lost that one, 8-13. And then on Ancient, it's always been a mixed ball. You really don't know if it's going to be a good map for them or not. They've played this map for 8 times past 3 months, and they have won 5 out of 3. So that's 5-3. So it's not necessarily their best map. They have their weaknesses, and we did see them have their weaknesses when they were up against, the previous match right here. So seeing on how things will transpire, I'm not entirely sure and confident enough to say that God's Reign can take this home, unscathed. It will be a difficult one. They may be a bit favored, but no way will they go 2-0. I think this will go through the distance, and I think Wawa's gonna bring their best and might even give us an upset.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, because I think both of them on Ancient have a very similar vibe, like scores, 13-6, 13-5, 37. It's always been that way. So Mirage is going to be, for me, it's going to be a decider from the beginning. So hopefully we see a very good matchup, no issues, no crazy. I mean, I love to see crazy, but the good type of crazy. But I believe, Mirage, it's all about the mid control and then doing splits, whether A or B. So there's going to be another new fight in mid, and we're going to find out who's going to fight, who's going to take mid, and who's going to take Mirage. Ramon and JT, I'll leave this to you. Have fun, and hopefully we get a good match.
All right. Will we see the gods reign over, or will the gods actually scream Wawa as they head on into the CT side of the gods themselves? As Wawa, they don't even want to attempt the utility dump them rushing on towards that ramp position. No, they want to try that apps push and try to stranglehorn The other side of the map, God's Reign prepared for this as we see a run and gun shot from R2D2 as he drops from that apps position.
Oh, R2B gonna get hurt. Gonna get tagged down as he jumped forward, fired up, actually finds a kill somehow as he is at the back end of things, able to spot them down, but oh, that's a lot of whiffs, buddy. ZK and Bullet enough to stop them at their tracks. Fired up and go though. Finn, I don't think they're watching the corner there. They're too busy planting. This is the opportunity for them to strike. Finn is able to stop the plant, making it a 1v1. As it's mono to mono. Executor, can he execute the plan? As Finn able to slide on the side and surprise Executor. As he do get that win on the pistol round, but it was a close one in the side of Wawa.
Yeah, it was just nice and simple. All around the B rush as he take over that apps position. It was on the rotation back on Fired Up where he could have actually gotten the impact over taking care of Executor before he was able to get himself that 2K. It's a good thing that Finn was able to reconsider his position because once he took care of the player who was trying to push on that market position, that's when he kind of had a 50-50 angle. He was thinking about like wrapping around that position. No, he just took care of business. Finn and Revan claiming 2 heads for themselves. That's another as well for Fired Up. So everybody's hitting on the server for God's Reign. Coming up to Freaky. Also dies to Finn. That's a lot of cash into his pocket right now. That's 3 kills for himself. Without dying to his own as well. So he keeps not only a kit, he keeps an A1S. He keeps a lot of money into his pocket for the next coming round. I think once we head on into the next coming buy rounds though, when he dies, that's also a free AWP for Revan. So that's also something to consider.
Just a random question here, Ramon. Nothing related too much to the game. I just wanted to ask, what music kit is your favorite kit, by the way?
I like the neck deep one.
Ooh.
I like the one with neck deep on it. Like, never I seen it out there.
Oh, damn! Caster's got talent?
Yeah. I'm just trying to help you recognize the song. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna go for Sail, All Nation. Definitely one of my favorites.
Oh yeah? How does it sound? I don't know what this is.
Oh, come on, you played a game. But yeah, the smoke will be there. Gonna stop them on that mid control that he had on Nest. But nonetheless, they're still pushing. You can see how aggressive they're playing already as they already take a ramp control. So that's a lot of information gonna be given. But you don't know there's a player in Palace. Could be a mid push here. Probably mid to A or mid to B, depending on how they're gonna play this.
Insmut is actually going to be happy to actually take the chance to use that smoke to his advantage since that was put down over at that short position. He can use that smoke to actually push on to Palace, although I think there is a one-way possibility. That Freaky's going to take a chance. He's going to try to see if there's an angle to be set up over at that A site, but Bobby is going to dodge away from that. Finn also from that mid position, makes his presence known, puts up a couple of shots. He can already hold up on that ladder side while we got Revan also pushing up on Palace. That's a bit of timing. That was Bullet, who was also holding the same angle for a couple of seconds now. And okay, going to be too late to the cause for the refrag entirely. So 5 versus 4, a reset in hand for Wawa. As Executor is also thinking if he could kind of sneak up on that apps push where they're also like heavily guarding that apps position.
Looks like they're going to be able to get a kill. Freaky finds a couple, but R2B2, look at the damage that is done. Able to get one, and they're just mowing them down. Even shooting through the smoke. Executor left alone. What can you do? I mean, he does have an AK, but immediately gets shuts off in the smoke alone. R2B2, tremendous hold on towards the B apps. Setting the pacing. I mean, Tuxi just talked about it, right? This could set the pace of the series depending on how this map goes. And so far, you know, they're setting Wawa at the back end of things without really understanding, like, dude, we can't keep giving them rounds of this. We gotta stop them at the tracks. They got too much information, especially when they push on towards A ramp. And they were able to wrap around it too.
Doesn't help as well that their mid control is definitely not existed. Revan taking a second chance at life. He's getting a lot of damage through within Smut and Freaky. Already getting himself a couple of kills in hand, Finn, and fired up. Both of the players here trying to deal some damage done. As they wreak havoc all across the site. As Freaky left all alone. Low HP for the guy, 17 HP. That is a bullet all the way from that P2000. You don't see that gun every day, man. I mean, usually people would try to claim themselves a USP. Usually you'd see them like pull out the 5.7 all across all the pistols being picked up, but it's the P2000, the underrated pistol that Simple likes to pick up any day of the week. That's a 4th round win for God's Reign, and as you mentioned, pace as a weapon for God's Reign has always been an effect for them, and so far Revan has been using that principle and has been running with it so far in this matchup. Now Revan's not the one holding the EWP, it's fired up. He wants to take a chance with that big green gun. Freaky and taking short control as quickly as that. He also gets the kill onto R2-D2 as quickly as he gets bullet.
From behind though. Finn, did he sniff him out? I think they know. Timing. Oh, he almost got the kill. But Executor just one step ahead of him. Able to shut him down immediately. So this could possibly be a big round win for them. As Bavi immediately runs away, tries to save the gun if he can. It feels like he's gonna be able to. So a good way to start things out for Wawa with an aggressive push towards the B short, right? That's the reason why the side was taking scot-free.
Yeah, and that's Freaky also taking a chance at taking that short position, which is the second time that he did that, but this time it was met without much resistance anymore, because I think the usual player that they got on short decided that he wants to take the app side, and it's pretty common for a lot of like CT teams on the Lodge to actually get like at least like 2 people, 3 people on A, have an opper, like hold up that sniper's nest position. So where do you leave like the B anchor? He's usually going to be around that app side or maybe play backside, but a lot of the times if he wants to take an aggressive peek onto the mid side, he's looking for support from one of the A players to flash for him. But there was nothing of that sort whatsoever for that God's Reign position. They decided to play the passive game, and that works out in favor of Wawa.
Yeah, that's I guess not necessarily. And also, having fired up on the AWP is a bit of a difference, right? Compared to how Riven was playing. Especially we've seen how well Riven has been playing with his AWP just in recent times, or just the past match, where he's able to hold his side. And I feel like swapping that 2 between them is not necessarily what I would like to see. Play more under comfort, especially when we see how fired up when he goes on the aggressive side of things. He truly shines the most. So I would like to see more of that if they can provide it, rather than swapping on who is going to be playing the AWP and who's going to be the one, not. So hopefully we can see Riven be the one playing on that side of things. But nonetheless though, God's Reign, they are still in a comfortable position as they are now with the 4 rounds that they have already built up in a span, it felt like just seconds, honestly.
Maybe Fired Up is just one of those oppers that wants to play in certain maps. Who wants to be the entry on certain maps, who wants to be the opper on certain maps. Maybe Mirage is just an opper map for him. Maybe Revan just wants to be like an anchoring player, right? So this guy, Finn, wants out one. He pushes on through, an Executor, always the guy who want to watch out for when it comes to taking aggressive space in hand. Smokes on towards that mid-connector spot now, as they have an ample amount of time to actually claim the bomb, put it on down towards A, forcing God's Reign to play on the time of Wawa.
Yeah, Revan's just around the corner. I think he's still there. Did he leave already? I'm not entirely sure. No, he's still there actually. Just holding fort, but they're just re-smoking. Fired Up does get the kill towards Bullet, so this could be an opener for them. R2B2, Mr. getting kills every day, every single round, and he's doing good. Red beside him though, it's Mute! He just noticed there was someone there. Nonetheless though, Finn and Co, they're just answering back. Freaky with an AWP, can he answer? Quick scope kill, he's able to find one, hoping to find another. There you have it! Now that's how you use the AWP, he says. 4 for 2 and getting those rounds consecutively really well.
Man, Freaky is a smooth operator with how he uses the AWP, man. I mean, collects the kill onto the guy who was trying to protect the diffuser. And then once he decides that, time is on my side, there's a chance that he wasn't on the bomb at all. Maybe he could get this kill. Maybe he should have tried to actually get the kill. But he decides to do so in style. And I mean, in times like these, confidence really on the horizon. Inside of Wawa. Their entry on point as well, as Freaky gets 2 kills, in fact, on mid. This guy can do it all. He can op, he can lurk, he can also do well with the AK-47. Finn, the surprise bullet. Just from that 5-7 alone, this is a 2 versus 4. Thanks to Freaky and his aggressiveness.
And I don't know if there's a way for God's Reign to win this round out. It just feels like it's been read. The story has been told. Wawa walking slowly but surely on towards the A side, and it's just Finn left alone now. Well, at least he does have a rifle at hand. Now it's just a matter if they're going to double peek him at the same time or if they go one by one. Because if they do go one by one, there is a big chance for Finn to close them out.
There's a flash on Nimsmith. I'm looking at that position for him. Molly's out as well, so they have limited the options for where he can hold. But Finn, he's the one who takes the initiative fight, but he dies fighting. Takes one with him, Executor. Good for one as well in the 1v3 now. This is the guy that you least expect to clutch up this 1v3, but maybe he can do it. Possibly a kill on 2. The past players, but not the second. It's the AWP. It gets the last exclamation mark on this round. It is Wawa that trails up another round, only needing one more to match up against God's Reign. I mean, so far, I'm looking at a good potential on the side of Wawa, just from Freaky alone, because this has been the second time, or the third time actually, when he gets value out of getting aggressive picks onto the mid side, with God's Reign taking that initiative. It's almost like he's the best reactive player that you could have at Wawa, just because he's willing to take that fight head on every single time. He's expecting it, but he's not afraid.
Yeah, man, it's just confidence, and I love it. I mean, these type of players makes it a joy to watch. I mean, like, you know what they say, like, get freaky with it, and that's definitely getting freaky with it. Not noticing on how crazy, the amount of space, the amount of plays that he makes. Although the push now towards Abs, R2B2 has a good angle. If they take another step, but decides to move back and regroup and recuperate with the team. Bavi repositioned this time on towards ladder room, hoping to see someone cross by. I mean, Freaky has been crossing non-stop, press W gaming only, but nonetheless, their eyes have been set, Ramon, on towards the A side. Not a lot of people are able to watch mid. The moment you peek, you're just a goner.
I think they're just trying to bait out the peak onto the mid side. That's why they're trying to force the flash. That's why they're trying to fish out like any sort of peak from that short position. Good thing that Bobby knows better than to peek without that much info. So 30 seconds. And Wawa are just chilling. Putting the smoke down on jungle is a good position for them now. And a good sign that they're setting up for what is an aggressive 5v5 push on the side of the T's. Bobby, good shot at first blood. Okay. Not going to have a good chance into the round as well. Innsmooth, a lot of trouble, a lot of damage. Freaky is trying to place the puzzle.
He's out in the open.
Bavi, he's in no man's land. He got locked out by Bavi, and Revan hits 2 easy bangers of shots from that AWP as well. That's God's Reign taking full advantage of Wawa and their hesitance. That's not Wawa's way. That's where Freaky slows down just because he had the bomb in his hand.
And like you said, double AWP. I mean, we didn't really see this anything yesterday, but you did say this is one of their favorite things to do when they do have the money advantage, or when they do have a lot of money to play with. So this type of setup is rather good in terms of duels, like in pickoffs, and if they're able to get those kills. Time and time again, we've seen how powerful it is in the hands of Riven, with especially that easy 2K that he got. But like you said, Wawa, it's like you need to let him loose. You can't just let him be leashed up and playing too cautiously, right? You want him to go around, roam free, be the lurk if he has to be, and just wreak havoc, create destructions. And then that's where he will shine the most.
dude, you were spitting bars because you were rhyming all of a sudden. I mean, is it? I gotta ask you as a caster. I mean, do you sometimes do this on purpose, like intentionally rhyming when you're trying to piece together your sentence? I think that's like a skill, to be honest.
I just came out naturally.
Wow. Okay, caster JT, bro.
Come on, Ramon. We love your
Damn.
cast. You're the
Hey.
goat. You're the man.
No, I mean, okay, listen. I have 3 CS goats. I'm gonna tell you right now on stream.
Hey,
Zaibu.
okay, go.
So I have Zaibu.
Mhm.
I have Simple, top 2. You know who my top 1 is?
Who?
Toxie.
Aw, much love to Toxie, of course.
Yeah.
How can you not love the guy,
I
man?
mean, the guy's the
He's
goat.
Toxie.
The guy is everything that you could ask for the region that is MENA GCC. Always a guy that you look out for when it comes to the growth of the scene as well. So back into the game we go. Done with this glazing. 5-3 scoreline for God's Reign versus Wawa. So far into the matchup, we've seen some signs of life from Wawa, especially from their star player that is Freaky. Finding every single lifeline every single time that he gets the entry. This time he's solo pushing. The mid side is in danger just because of Freaky. Then Finn, he recognizes that, gets the kill on him through the smoke as well. So that leaves everybody else on Wawa to fend off for themselves, rushing on towards that App's position where Finn has to be careful, but it's fired up against the frag itself. Okay, trying to get himself the frag itself. When that 3 versus 3, that reset comes in, okay with a double. And an opportunity for Wawa as they wreak havoc all across that B site.
Still unable to plant though. Still having a hard time trying to get out if they can. Bobby able to get the kill. They do trade things off. The op is in the hands of OK. Is everything going to be okay is the main question. It's only a matter of time though. It's still going to be a 2v2. Slowly but surely making their way. The op shot not going to hit from OK. Thought he saw a pixel there, but sadly not able to find any. But still goes for the re-peek on towards Market. Is able to get 1. Hard to beat the Wolf fall down and Bobby the IGL. Probably waiting for the sounds to be heard of that bomb being planted. But they're still taking their time and the timing is not good. Okay, peeks at the right time. Able to shut him off immediately. So God's Reign, you know, it felt like they had the answer already on understanding what Freaky does, which is press W, go be short. And they were able to kill him immediately. But
Yeah.
it's just that when they pushed apps, there's an opportunity for Fired Up to really make a play there to get multiple frags, but suddenly that push just overwhelmed him too much.
Yeah, it didn't help as well that when he was getting pincered on that other position, he just wasn't able to reposition himself. No support from that market side, although it was not smoked off, mind you. Could have actually gotten a lot more support from that since they were holding on utility from that previous round. So 5-4, Wawa. Back to the basics we go. Ramp push. And accept up and bullet. And try to go for the first entry. Yes, he gets 1 frag. That's Bobby. That's 1 digs. Possibly a second, but Executor be the one to get that 2-for-1 special. Again, Wawa trying to wreak some noise, make some at least partial damage on towards the A side itself. But remember, God's Reign only had the low buy system around, so these 5-7s aren't going to do that much in the long range engagements. Unless Fired Up actually does well here while he's holding for the CT push.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if they somehow make a miracle play here. Like I said, a miracle play indeed. I was okay with it. The AWP falling down up against them. But nonetheless, R2P2 could not hold his angle properly. There's too much players, too much things to look at. Gets killed. But this time though, it's the buy round. They're gonna answer back. Riven now with an op. And decides to have Fired Up, you know, with the M4 instead.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the basics, going back to the fundamentals for the Wawa position, I mean, they have a good understanding of how aggressive Freaky can actually handle these situations entirely. Now Bullet is the one actually taking the reins. The entry does not connect. It's Finn. The A1S dealing a lot of damage, even getting 2 headshots to the Bullet of Wawa. Okay. Actually, expect fired up on the same angle. Knows his position. She gets caught off guard from the nade itself. So it's a 4v4. And Freaky already inside the ladder will spell a lot of trouble for God's Reign in the rotation entirely. But how will they react to the situation?
It seems like they're just gonna take control of mid and go from connector, not necessarily having the right amount of numbers, but it looks like Bavi is repositioning himself to catch them off guard if he can. Maybe he has an understanding on where they're gonna be pushing at, as he is just right under Palace, just waiting for them and towards shadows. But they're taking their sweet time here, Ramon. Haven't fully answered there, and Riven, oh, perfect play from him. Freaky wanted to just say hello, but gets shot immediately. Could not do a single thing. But still, they're making their way here. Connector, I don't think they know. Finn is just right around the corner. Then set up a crossfire with his teammate if he can. Moment of time. Executor just quick on the trigger. Bring it back to a 2v2, and this is a big one, Ramon. A very hard one. As Oki's just there with an op.
Is R2B2 going to try to actually clutch this out? I mean, he doesn't have that much money. It's a bit of a risk, actually. He spots him out. And he's solid. And actually, he even goes for it. Down to 29 HP. I think this is the time for him to save. Also puts the smoke, so maybe he's trying to bait out both Wawa's positioning, but it's a good thing that they're also calling upon these rotations head on as well. If Wawa have a plan in mind, they communicate to the team that, yeah, I think I still want to try to go for this A push. That's after they also find themselves an advantage over to that top position. They know where the AWP is. They took care of him. And even though, yeah, Revan actually got some impact from that AWP, it momentarily actually stopped the momentum from Wawa, but they got the reset, and it's a good sign for their chemistry moving forward. This is the first time that I've seen a team contest God's Reign with a 1-point lead so far in this tournament. And what do we have on the line for today, JT? Let me remind you, this is the first qualifier for this whole tournament. Whoever wins this grand final will be heading on into the playoffs. And, well, God's Reign, we've said that this team might be the team to beat so far, since they're one of the best teams that we've had in the broadcast, at least. Wawa, we haven't seen them before, so it's been a huge question mark. And somehow, they're answering our questions with clarity so far.
And okay, he's able to get 2 kills already with that AWP. This guy is a monster. Eyes on the prize, the sniper in disguise. What a player here from OK. Ensuring that his team is gonna be A-OK. Riven answers back.
What?
Well, that's awkward. Not necessarily gonna help them out now that they're a man down, and it's just gonna be okay. Will everything gonna be okay now? That's the question. I'm not sure on what the answer would be, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. And what happened? The one man left alone. He still finds a kill somehow. Okay, quick scope. Oh, so close yet so far. Could have brought it to a 1v1, but could have.
That would have been it. He expected the connector push after the whiff shot, went back to jungle, and had a split-second decision to actually go back down towards that bottom mid position and double up with his teammate. If only he hit that jungle position spot. That would have been a winnable clutch for him. Something that they needed, especially with how the situation has been for the side of God's Reign at this point in time. I mean, OK has been hitting crucial shots again from that AWP. Mid-round, Executor just DCs the game out of nowhere, but OK has giving them a run for their money. I mean, these shots are not to be questioned. This guy has been pretty on point with the shots so far, except for the last one. 6-6 for God's Reign. Catch up against Wawa, who, by the way, have said that they're pretty comfortable in this Mirage map. Would you agree so far with their performance, with how they approach that T side?
Definitely. And there's something also to take matters into the fact is that percentage wise, T round win percent from God's Reign is 33.3%. Not something you want to look at, right? I mean, they're way more better when they're on the CT side of things, but just this, it's not looking good, honestly. And after getting the first stat, it's like 28% of them winning the round whenever they get the first stat. So, it just goes to show when there is a player that dies, it's super difficult.
Yeah, kind of agree. And if you guys notice, it's a bit of a pause. We're gonna have to refresh one of the rounds, see if we can replay it back on whatsoever. So that pistol, it never happened. Okay, the pistol that had a couple of seconds into playtime never really happened so far. Forget about that. They were moving on the CT position. No, they weren't. No, this is actually the start of the round where Wawa are gonna
It's the
be
start of the second half.
starting on the second half. Yeah, I mean, how do we fare up against this? So we already know that Freaky can be incredibly crispy when it comes to the rifle. I mean, we can already expect that OK is going to be a very strong AWP player. We already saw a lot of crispy shots from him. How does God's Reign approach this? Back onto the app's position, and the only guy who wants to lurk upon that position is Bavi. So how does Quad Stack go into B2, leading the charge? A bit of shots through again from Executor, who has no fear every single time he decides to rotate around that mid-top position. Well, again, because of the noise made by God's Reign, they're kind of thinking twice about their position. In fact, that they kind of want to split up and see if they can move on to greener pastures.
Okay, that's an opener to ever see one. Riven already getting the first frag to set
They're moving
things
to
straight.
Crossfire.
And look, there's nobody in B side. Did they even know that? Is that what they're looking for? It looks like an B hit, and there's nobody home. It's for free, Ramon. I mean, who doesn't want free stuff, right? Executor, though, playing the long game, able to get the kill towards Riven. I mean, nonetheless, though, the side has been taken, and Finn is in a position where he could get a couple of kills out of nowhere. Could be surprised, but he whiffs. He might be overwhelmed here. Yes, he will. Now bring it back to a 3v4. Again, they're looking for awkward fights and awkward angles, and that's what they're doing. Fired up in Bavi.
Ooh.
Able to find a couple. 1v1, though R2B2 answers and says hello. Pistol round has been won for God's Reign. You gotta set things straight in this server right now, saying that we are a team to watch out for. And that's
Look,
one way to start it in the second half.
Like, on paper, it looked like it was as close as it could have gotten. But God's Reign actually played that exit perfectly. If he thought that push over to the CT side was something that they didn't really expect, they put their own smoke on jungle just so that nobody would even expect them to push on towards that CT side anyway. So good job on them to recognize that positioning. God's Reign also taking full advantage, just holding up their guns, just expecting that they're gonna push out. That's 4 kills in a blink of an eye. That's Executor in a 1v4. USP in hand, it's not gonna be possible. It's a 6-8 score, and like I mentioned, God's Reign, that pistol round was well read for them. They knew where the position of Wawa are going to be coming from. They had CT on full notice, even though they do give up one of the kills. They actually do end up having a sloppy post-plant entirely. But it was clean by the end of things. I kind of like what I'm seeing on their T side. I think that's a really good sign moving forward.
Well, this is going to be where they're going to be really contested this time around. A full buy from Wawa goes to show us on how different things can be here. Now they're not up against pistols, they're now up against guns, they're not up against the AWP from OK, who, like we said, is a sharpshooter, a sniper, making sure that it does wonders. But the push here towards the side, a lot of utils are already being used, a lot of smokes. Try to push them out with the mollies as well towards Connector. A sniper nest. So they're in complete control of the site right now, Ramon. Now it's a matter of how they're gonna retake this one out.
Yeah, Freaky is just gonna walk in, and Executor is actually gonna open up the jungle position as they trade each other blow for blow, with OK getting another. Freaky's up for another side of the map, so it's 2v3. Finn is just waiting in open arms. Just another frag claimed up again for R2B2 as well, so back to the 2-on-2 as R2B2 claims the 2 kills for himself. That's a shot from the AWP that leaves it all up to OK. No kit, so he has to stick it up. Another shot yet again from OK, but again, no time. As God's Reign, they have lost a lot of money. But to exchange with that is a 9th round win that ended up with a beautifully nice round for both Wawa and God's Reign.
Still not okay. But definitely, man, I can't. OK with an AWP. This guy, I love to watch him. Just because of how well he's been executing and getting those frags, even if it's 2v1s. He's been...
20 kills.
That's the thing, right? He has 20 kills. And he's mostly been using only the, the op. And he's doing so well. But nonetheless, though, it's not a one-man show. It's a team game. And there's only so many things you can do by yourself. As fired up, he answers. And he provides when he needs to. And he's looking for more. He smells blood in the water, but he bit too much that he can chew. But nonetheless, that damage has been done. Again, an advantage that they have on a 2-on-4.
Uncharacteristic whiff from OK, but that... Now, let's think about that a little bit, right? Like, Executor getting another from the MP9, I mean... What led to that? An aggressive take again from Wow, while they actually had like their nade in hand over from the CT side. Fired Up just absolutely comes on tune, just decides that he wants to take ramp by himself. And he's back. He's back to his yesterday's form, ladies and gentlemen, just showing that he can provide, especially on the entry for the team. Ignoring the fact that they were holding the utility, ignoring the fact that they were also holding up on towards that pass position. Executor claiming more frags with that MP9 is actually going to be crucial because now they're also affecting a bit of the cash flow. But it's not by much. You still have enough money to buy into the next coming rounds. That's double digits for God's Reign. That's, some money in the pocket of Executor with that MP9 again. And what else can we see after that? Because God's Reign has had very crucial rounds won because of positioning alone. And I feel like the pace will always be a weapon for them. We also talked about that yesterday. Now, it's OK trying to set the tempo for the mid-side push. That smoke and that grenade not really hitting the mark on how he needed to. Does get the info that somebody's on Sniper's Nest, and Executor does not expect that Revan actually going to hold that position entirely.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? Wawa's been trying to play different ways. And it always seems like they always get shut down by a single player. It's either going to be Fired Up or Revan, with just clear understanding on how they've been playing so far. Which, by the way, Wawa is in a huge trouble right now if you're not able to stop God's Reign with this continuous wins on their rounds. It's just hard to see and hard to watch just because of how well OK has been playing. And now they're going for a double AWP setup here, and let's see if it works out in their favor. Bullet dodge and weaving, getting the shots with Freaky, able to stop them at their tracks.
A big of a map as Mirage is, I think the map structure just demands that they try to deny them from ever getting the bound down as they get multiple frags in a row. That's another shot from Freaky. That's 3 for him from that AWP. And like we said, Bullet doing some good shots through yet again from holding from that box position. I feel like the game of Mirage is not from the retake scenarios alone, from this game in particular, but it is from denying from getting the objective as well. So the amount of times that Wawa have been winning from executing alone, and the amount of times that a lot of losses are from the retakes, it's a balance. I mean, once they get the bomb down, it's almost a winnable position for them. So Wawa have to find a way to actually deny God's Reign from ever getting the bomb down. That's what happened in the previous round. They have to do it yet again. This time they have to face up against Fired Up. But the only guys that has the rifle. It's a Galil. It's not a one-shot weapon. You have to make sure that the bullets actually count so much. Especially if they're that close to him. That's also the split up. Again for Revan, who wins. It's actually okay that hits the shot all the way from downtown. And the Molly perfectly placed as well, forcing a very awkward position for Fired Up all the way from that Tetris spot. Bullet sprays on down, but Bavi and R2D2 spraying life back into this round. A second from the Tech 9. A perfect flash from Finn enables the push inside A, forcing Wawa on a retake scenario.
Yeah, and Finn has an op on hand. I mean, not necessarily. I think it's the first time we're ever gonna see him use an op. But you know, you gotta make do with what you have, and oh, does he do? As he's able to get a kill towards Freaky already. As Executor, you know where he is at. You can just play with the information that you have at hand and play it smart. So you're not gonna be able to find that there's a player behind him. That's R2B2 to stop them, and that eco mix buy that he had, it worked out great.
And it's a risky buy for them too, because they had to match the energy that Revan has been putting up to their team. He had the AWP from the previous round, and Fired Up deciding that he has the Galil has to be very aggressive in this domain, so it wasn't even the Galil that actually was the star of the show, it was the pistols. R2B2, his Tech 9 claimed half of the frags, all the way in towards the entry of the site. And it's a good thing that they're also used to like playing these double op setups, so anybody from God's Reign can just pick it up and get some impact, even though it's just one kill from Finn. Locking down that CT position. Doing a really good job of adapting towards that mixed buy that they had. Might I say it was a very risky decision? Because if they lost that, they would have actually given them another round, since they didn't really have anything to work with if they did lose the round.
I believe there's a pause right now. Just, I guess they need to regroup and talk about, because like I said, this is, by the way, Wawa's map pick. This is the map that you wanted to play in. It's not like God's Reign decided that you want to play in this map, but you know, when you pick this map, you know, you got to be confident. And it seemed so during the first half, but the second half, when the tables have turned, as they're going to be the one defending, it felt like we kind of lost a bit of the star power play from Freaky. It felt like it got lost in translations. Same with, you know, Mute. We kind of want to see more of them, but every time they try to play aggressive, or every time they try to at least push a tiny bit, it's always God's Reign ahead of them. Like, it almost felt like they knew that they were going to push. They knew they were going to push up apps. They knew they're going to push ramp. And there's always somebody there to stop them at their tracks. So far, you know, during this pause, you got to go scratch your head and go back to the drawing board and wonder, okay, guys, you know, what we're doing right now is not working out. Even we lost against pistols only, too, like you said. So, you know, what other play can we do here? And in that situation, what can you suggest, Ramon? Like, honestly, it's a bit annoying and nagging on your head. Like, oh, what can we do, man? They're just playing so good.
I kind of want to see a double push up on mid. That's it, right? Like, I want to see somebody like flash forward them from connector, see if they can catch at least Bavi, who remember in their B splits, he's the guy who's trying to take some space over that mid side. I think that will be a take for them. Well, mid set up over from OK in that position from them. Nade in hand as well. They almost expect somebody to take that sniper's nest, but because of those smokes, actually give the cover for him. Wawa have an open opportunity to take an aggressive stance over at that mid side. Supported since Executor and Freaky, the side that they want to take this proactively. Fired Up. He's on that bench. He sees the head. Bit of run and gun. The smoke's not done just to support his cause, and Fired Up, well, gives his life up for the team. At least a little bit more damage done over to Executor. Down to 44, and well, because of the smoke, there's a bit of a reset. So God's Reign have put the pressure down onto towards that mid-top position. And OK has been hitting the shot again. The Opper It's already been dealt with from God's Reign.
I mean, he's already 22 frags, right? He's been firing up it this entire time and fired up, by the way. He has to play a bit more safer here. They're trying to use the molly if they can. Bullet able to get the kill towards R2B there. I believe that was on towards, was that connector? I believe so. And okay, gonna go for the peek. Oh, look at that quick scope, man. This guy is quick on the trigger. As Wawa with a pause a while ago definitely helped them quite a lot.
Yeah. Decisive fragging from this Opper. Taking matters into his own hands as well. Almost like he expected Revan to peek on solo. But man, okay, these shots are crispy. Again, like we mentioned, when this guy has the op and he's feeling it, he really is feeling it. 23 flags for the guy. Gotta wonder if the team's playing around him now. Well, the map has been showing exactly that. This guy on the op has been crazy. And even though Wawa have been giving the space up to God's Reign, remember the bench push from Fired Up could have been prevented if there was somebody on that short side. And also, in a lot of situations where, like the 1v1s demanded out from Revan, he hasn't been hitting a lot of these shots very well, in fact, right? Like, if you compare that to how he's been performing in the previous games, he's still fragging out, yeah, but it's not the star power that we like to see him. In fact, I want to see a little bit more time from this guy, but again, God's Reign still have a 3-round advantage for them, so a lot of window of opportunity for them to close this out, and they really need to close this out ASAP because Wawa has been trailing behind. It's 4 rounds in a row, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be a full eco buy on towards God's Reign, but you can't really count them out, even if they're under eco. I mean, you've seen them win eco rounds where they shouldn't be winning at all, and this could be a matter of fact the same thing that will happen again. Just depends on how they play this. Last time they did, they pushed towards connector, and a couple of players did push towards ramp. Now this time, it feels like a more direct approach, which is to just push. Oh, Bavi, I think he made a mistake on his smoke drill. It came back towards him instead. That's an expensive one because they did, buy those utils hoping to use it at their advantage.
Yeah, I think he went back to one of his teammates to actually claim another smoke for himself, and that's, I believe, coming up towards the connector spot. And yeah, just bounces off back. A small smoke to compensate from one of the lost utility, and they're waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I think it's one of those 30-second rushes, 30-second executes that you can see in the ranked games. And, well, this is the Tech 9. That's one flash. He has another. Not even needed. Finn taking that first frag. First blood from that Tech 9 rush. A second from the Tech 9 rush yet again. The God's Reign execute has been working out. Trying to feel the momentum shift, but in the end, Innsmouth still has a bit of gun. Okay, hitting the shots yet again, but another Tech 9 frag. Just evading every single weapon, even claiming the free upgrades for himself. 1v3 for OK, the star player. On the side of Wawa has to do all the work, isolates the fight, but does not hit the shot. Another chance at life. A flash on in. Another from OK. He spots another to the other side of that.
That's crazy.
Another shot for OK. 1v1, but he could not hit on Bavi. The IGL has brought life back into God's Reign. But that would have been so close because OK has been hitting nutty shots all throughout that retake.
That was just insane that he was able to do that. It almost seemed like he was about to win. Like, look at the scope. He scoped and then unscoped at the worst possible time. That would have been a sure kill from OK. And my oh my, has this guy been carrying his team as much as he can. But God's Reign, they're playing like a solidified unit that could not be stopped even when you don't even have the necessary guns. Eco rounds. Who needs guns? Just buy eco. Just go on eco.
It's like the 5-7 situation all over again. Eco rounds all across the board. Freaky through the smoke as well. Expected from Bavi, the captain. To clean the effects from the round. In particular, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Okay, it doesn't have the op anymore, but he's still hitting the shots. Not able to actually capitalize on fired up. So low on HP. Same as Revan. Finn getting another as well. The smoke and the spray doesn't connect onto him as well, or to B2, locking that down. Everybody's so low on God's Reign, but in the end, they're happy to take the 2 versus 5 any single day of the week.
And I feel like they already have the information where InSpeed is going to be. I mean, Riven already took a shot on him on towards B short, so that's information given. Now that they're on their separate ways inside of Wawa, it's going to be a bit difficult for a single player to stop them at their tracks unless InSpeed can find a double. That's just waiting underneath. Bullet able to get the kill towards Riven, so that stops at least the AWP, you know, holding on towards the side, and they're going to go for the push. Do they know R2B2 swings from a B short, able to get that one done. And now it's all in the hands of Bullet. Their lives in map number 1. Can he hold it by himself is the main question. It's a good start though. Able to spot out Finn. Now can he do it against 3 people is the main question here, Ramon.
Yeah, both low. They're both low. Fired up in R2B2. They'll need 1 bullet away from the body. As Bullet, he has a tall task ahead of him. No kit in hand as well. So he has to push right here, right now. Closer player over at that bench side. But it is God's Reign. And the reign of terror continues on the Mirage map. Their streak of wins. Again, it's 2-0s after 2-0s. Right now, they start off so strong on their first map right here on Mirage. And the chat has been saying their Ancient is looking so primed up and ready. What do you think, Toxie?
I like how you missed Toxie so much that you want to bring him back in. Looks like he's here. He was even surprised that you were taking him over.
No, honestly, that was. I mean, the beginning was quite strong for God's Reign. They were leading 4-0, and then there was a good comeback by Wahoo. I felt like Wahoo was slowly trying to push their way. They climbed 3 steps, but then they fall 4, and it was always very close. And eventually, they lost some of these clutches and those Tech 9s. Tech 9s, I mean, they lost so many rounds, especially in the A-bomb side. I feel like there was a lot of issues in the A-bomb side. Bullet was not having a good game, always finding himself in very awkward positions, like in sandwich or above balcony or somewhere where he's out in the open where he cannot do much, like can't hide, can't aim or bait shots. So I think it was a lot of these rounds that they lost because of that in the A-bomb side specifically. But shout out to Wahwa for giving us a very good match in their map pick. I would have loved to see maybe someone, you know, taking a map out of God's Reign's hand, but these guys, once again, they did it. And Ramon, talk to me. What happened with Mirage? Do you feel like it's the same with whatever I mentioned, or do you have like second thoughts as well?
First of all, I'd like to apologize to actually pull you back in a little bit too a little bit too prematurely.
I was ready, but the director wasn't. Blame it on them.
Not a little toxic, you know. I think like it's been a while since I've had a little toxic because that Mirage map was actually pretty hot, man. I mean, if you compare that now to what we're going to be expecting on Ancient, I think we already saw a little bit of that with God's Reign and how they performed on Ancient yesterday. I think right now is a good testament to what type of endurance we're going to be seeing out of the Wawa position, because they actually had good potential. We saw a lot of good plays from Freaky, just taking very aggressive map control, and OK has been the star of the show for them. If they can keep this form, possibly improve up into the next coming game, then I could see a world where we could possibly have Game 3 in our hands, but I'm not here to curse it. I just want to see it again.
Yeah, JT, what about you? What do you think?
Yeah, honestly, that first half, it almost felt like, oh, it's going to be a one-sided game again. And then so far, you know, they came back. They showed us a phenomenal first half. But after that, after the fact that when we went to the second half of things, it kind of fell off. And like you said, awkward positioning, not necessarily being able to bait or switch, you know, these type of things. And then the Tech 9s, oh my gosh, 2 rounds they lost against Tech 9s. And that's when you gotta scratch your head. Like, how are we giving them their rounds? Or even the side in A, numerous times up against Tech 9s? I mean, you got OK, who almost even clutched a 1v3 with an AWP. And this guy, he's insane, honestly. And I kind of want to see more of the players step up as well, because you can't have all your bags onto one guy. It's a team game. Everybody has to step up. And the best map to do that is Ancient. You know, it's going to be a crazy one. And I'm sure it could possibly be a very close one as well.
I mean, the good thing, or what I really like about God's Reign, is that even though some rounds when they had pistols, they have strats for these pistols. Like the 2 rounds they actually won with Tech 9s, they actually had a full strat, whether it was an A exec or, I saw them, like, even though they had 1 missed smoke, but I think 3 players had Molotovs, and they used those Molotovs very efficiently. I think one was deep jungle, one was maybe in front of connector, one was CT or triple box. So they actually used the Molotov very, very wisely. And shout out to them, because sometimes you just buy Tech 9s and one guy has 2 smokes and 2 flashes and that's it. But these guys definitely practiced these strats, so that just shows you how strong this team is. And even though they struggled against Wahwah, that also shows you how strong Wahwah is. With a little bit of practice and lesser mistakes, I think we would have seen maybe an overtime, or maybe Wahwah could have won that. And you mentioned as well, JT, OK was really on fire. Like, he was hitting these insane flicks. On Ancient, I feel like it's a bit tougher because tighter angles, easily smoked, so there's not much freedom for an Oper to play. But I mean, this guy can find that hole where he can squeeze his open. So I think we could definitely looking at, I think it's gonna be very similar to Mirage, because it's the same concept. It's almost the same map, because it's all about the mid take. And we've seen God's Reign, they were up, they were always leading. I would like to see for once a change where their opponents are actually leading. I want to see how resilient God's Reign will be whenever they are on the losing side. Ramon, this is the map pick of God's Reign, and the city side was obviously picked by Wahwah. I know you're gonna be like, I need them to push 2 ramps now. do you want them to play that style, or do you prefer the passive? What do you feel like Wahwah's style is?
Yeah, I think Wawa. I mean, you already see Freaky like take very aggressive map control. Then I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually the one initiating that double ramp push. Yet again, he's gonna be starting on the CT side, yeah, but that doesn't mean that he's gonna give up the space for the map as well. The Ancient is a map where pace also can be played as a weapon. It's not. Yes, there's a lot of tight angles. There's a lot of like ways that you can smoke off the map, so you could try to hold that aggression, but. I think they're the type of team that can actually play off of like pace really well. You saw that from Freaky, and once you give that AWP over to OK, I mean, yes, it's gonna be a bit of a challenge now, but when he's on the right situation, then he will hit those flicks. I think their raw aim is really their biggest strength here, and if they're able to neutralize a lot of the threat, especially on the T side where there's gonna be a lot of default positions, a lot of like slow tactics, a lot of slow play where God's Reign actually excelled in a lot of that. I think the aggression will be a huge factor, and if they actually come up clutch with a lot of the huge first bloods, then I just hope they don't overpush, because that's been the problem for them in that Mirage map. I want to see that neutralized this time around.
Yeah. All right. So we have 1 minute. JT, your thoughts? What do Team Wahwah need in this map to win, actually? So on the CT side, I mean, Ramon just maybe summarized everything. What about the T side? What do you think they should be doing here? I mean, should they also be playing a bit aggressive? Should they try to take control mid, or just play slow pace and see how it goes? I mean, CT side, obviously taking many rounds in Ancient is very important. So what do you think, JT?
Well, honestly, for me, I'm one of the guys who like test the waters first, see where I could find a weakness in the defense of the side of God's Reign. If I could find one is the main question. But regardless of that, you just test the waters and see if you can find a inkling of weakness, and that's when you start to strike. I mean, we've seen Victorious Summers yesterday when they were the terrorist side there, and they did really well because they were able to take the control on towards mid, and that's definitely what I feel like they need to do. that mid control is going to be so important that you need to make sure that they take control and take command of that. Because if you don't and you just give it scot free to God's Reign, oh boy, it goes crazy. It goes crazy. So definitely take mid control and just play around that. If you're able to find some pickoffs, or just let Freaky do his thing. Like we said, Freaky is just it's just a crazy guy. Honestly, he just reminds me of Fired Up and how Finn plays as well, where he just takes command and just jumps in and takes those fights because he has that raw aim, the raw power, and able to take control of that. So I would like to see more of that happening, where he takes command while his other teammates roam around the map, lurk around, and that's when he decide to strike when the moment is hot.
And let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that there will be a giveaway after this match, hopefully. So make sure to tune in and participate. It will be through the Twitch chat, so make sure you guys are watching. I mean, obviously, if you're hearing me, then you're watching. If you're not, then you missed out. Make sure to follow as well, because if you don't follow, then you don't win. That's a very important rule. Ramon, do you feel like God's Reign were intentionally focusing on the site where Bullet was playing? Do you feel like there was some sort of I wouldn't say like they were attacking necessarily Bullet, or utilizing or taking advantage of the weakness of the A-bomb side, especially because Bullet was not in his day? And do you feel like they're gonna do this again in Ancient once they figure out where he plays?
I think we're kind of summarizing God's Reign's playstyle. I think they're really good at studying their opponents all throughout the map, and I didn't necessarily think it's Bullet in particular. I think Wawa's defense actually was just full of flaws, a lot of holes that actually were exploited. So in God's Reign, in my opinion, I think their biggest strength in my eyes not only was making pace as a weapon, but I think their biggest strength as a team is just taking a lot of their time into playing the map in the fullest effect. And we saw that on how they were able to adapt to the situation in a lot of 2 versus 4s, also in those Tech 9 rushes. Again, in my eyes, I think Tech 9, I think not Tech 9. I almost thought that the Tech 9 was going to be the name of their team, but their playstyle, in my eyes, will suit the map of Ancient. We saw that yesterday. I think it's going to be the same story this time around.
Whenever I lose in the MESL pugs, I always press tab and I ask the guys, where is this bottom fragger holding? And I try to find the lowest level usually, like, because it's level 6 to 10. So I tell them, where is the level 6 guy holding? And usually we abuse that bomb site. So sometimes that strategy actually gets used, because if someone is having a bad day, if he's not hitting the shots, then why not abuse it? It's fair, it's legal, so maybe they do that. JT, any final thoughts here before we head into the match?
I just think God's Reign has a lot of bag of tricks here. I mean, they are a veteran for a reason, right? They are a team, an organization that really puts the epiphany in the top dogs of South Asia. And there's a reason why. They have a lot of strategies that they can take advantage of. And I feel like compared to a team like Wawa, where it feels like they need to have more tricks in the bag. Where if you're going to play up against the God's Reign, one of the top teams there, you need to have a lot of tricks to show. Because if you don't, they're just going to consume you. They're going to take over and take control of the fight. And that's what I've been seeing so far. And that's what makes God's Reign being able to adapt and to create new strats, or to even use existing strats that they had, and just to take advantage of that. Like the number of times they went for the B side push is barely, like, you can count them in one hand. It's always been that A side, because they had so many strategies on using their utilities. Every eco round, like you said, Tuxi, they bought utils. Everybody bought utils. If you check the money, they had zero money because they all bought utilities, because they already know what the game plan is. They already know what they want to do, so they just utilize that. And honestly, if this is gonna be the same answer in Ancient, it's gonna be so hard for Wawa.
All right, we're gonna see if Wawa is able to handle the pressure and turn this around and take us to map 3, which is Anubis, or God's Reign. Finish this off and be crowned as the champions. JT and Ramon, mic's over.
Honestly, JT, I'm gonna be honest. It's not looking good for Wawa right now because the last time that they played up in Ancient, it was a very hard defeat, a heartbreaking defeat, and it was up against, you guessed it, God's Reign 4-13. It's going to be very hard for them to come back, but the most that they can hope for is a very dominating CT side. So okay, they start off well. Headshots to it again. A second again from this guy. He's been fired up from the previous game. He's going to be putting it up right now.
Yeah, and look at the cross. It's smooth. Looks like he's not going to be able to get killed to R2B2, but it doesn't really matter because the damage has been done, making a 2v3 though. Still can answer back with Bavi and Ko. Fired up, and Bavi, they're able to turn things to their favor to a 1v1. It was looking so good for Wawa with how OK has started. Executor tried to bait it up on towards Fired Up and able to do so. So the pistol round will be taken by Wawa. And just because on how well OK started that round itself. He was able to get 2 frags, by the way.
The same temple angle that's overlooking that main position. I mean, that's the thing about using the USP. Very tough to beat when it comes to those long-range engagements. And he was on a very tight angle too, so it's not a very easy angle to take when you're coming up on that A main position, thinking about where to smoke, thinking about what to put on the molly, but I digress. Bobby had a small chance of actually trying to reconvene back into that game. As Wawa, it's a full buy coming into this next coming round. It's the best case scenario for them because like I mentioned, they make the most out of the CT half, then they're gonna have a good time heading into the next one. Fired Up, he's gonna do his best to actually deny that sort of possibility. Galil in hand rushing all towards that cat room position, making their way to what must be ghost pressure all across that window position.
Wawa, just trying to figure out on where to be going. I mean, they're going everywhere, but the utils have been thrown. Executor doesn't necessarily have the best angle, but okay, just around the corner, able to spot one out. He does get hurt quite a bit, 24 HP. But still, the damage has been done. R2B2 with the Tech 9. The Tech 9, boy. Doing wonders again and again, but Executor got them on the chopping list. You're next to die as he's looking for more. Spraying and praying, but Fired Up, able to spot the holes from the smoke and trace him down, making him back to a 2v2. And I think this might be the signs of weakness here coming from Wawa, unless God Rain makes a big stumble.
Ooh, okay, he's gonna make a bit of a drop, and that's the sound cue. R2B2 will take care of him. Solid but to Innsmouth. Are you crossing over towards the CT side? Made some noise. Bomb in hand. Also gets the dig from the MP9. That's the thing about the weapon. And Fired Up has picked up the pieces after R2B2 falls to the ground. So this is the thing about I'm seeing from God's Reign. And a lot of the times where they're being forced into these high pressure situations, I always feel like Bavi has cooked up so many strats on all across any sort of CS2 mapped in the rank room as well. It's like, how many times are we going to be seeing this guy perform a masterclass when it comes to the eco rounds? So many times have I been seeing this guy do well. Try to make their way around any type of like buy round from their opponents, and Wawa was no exception. Finn will do gun on getting himself the kill over to Executor. That's thanks to the flash set up by R2B2. That's an aggressive stance over to the B side. Bullet and Innsmouth have their work cut out for them.
They're gonna push him back here. Bullet. Looks like he tried to get a pick off there, but not gonna be able to find anybody. And the flash yet again. The util play come from God's Reign have been phenomenal. And all masterclass, like you said so yourself, because they're playing smart. They're peeking at the same time. They're looking for picks, but Bavi, he will fall down, but with the help of his teammate, trade things off. Now OK's left alone yet again. What can he do? Not as much as he wants to. Quick and easy round for God's Reign. They're in complete control with the way they use their utils, with the way they use their flash. It just overwhelmed Wawa.
Just, again, not hesitating on taking the space anymore because they have the better guns. Plus, they were taking full value out of the flashes set up by Finn. He was supporting Fired Up while he was also taking his reins over to the mid side at the same time. So everything is clicking for God's Reign after a very disastrous pistol round. Now Wawa on the back foot. Most of them picking up the USP, not even investing anything other than just one flash from OK. It's already used up. So, and all their eggs in one basket. That's fired up, spraying on. Actually expecting to get another here. And Revan, he's already fired up. That's 3 for fired up himself. God's Reign have full control over A. And Innsmut already down to the chopping block. That's a 4K for fired up. That is 3 in the hands of God's Reign. And what do you know? We started 1-0. And in a blink of an eye, God's Reign claimed 3 rounds back to back to back.
Yeah, fired up. His 100% fired up. Look, it took him 1 tap. And that was enough. To get a kill towards Innsmut. And yeah, man, this guy, he is so ready for Ancient. We didn't really get to see a lot of him, but now he's showing us, guys, don't forget about me. As R2B2 going for the push. Nice flash play there. Able to get 2. Could go for 3. Oh, yo, it's so close. As Finn will be the one closing that one out. Another quick one against the buy round, by the way, from Wawa. They're getting stomped badly on how aggressive and how good the util usage has been in the side of God's Reign.
Yeah, and I guess this is the thing about starting on the T side. This mid push is definitely something that they have worked for time and time again. The flash out for Finn as well, supporting the cause on that mid side push. Fired up will be the sacrificial lamb, but Bavi already up on that house side. A second frag from the fragging IGL as well, so a lot of songs of praise for God's Reign, and this is something that they can fought for it as well, because, well, usually mid-side mollies is something that you could expect from Wawa, but they're actually deciding to take the long-range angles and fight them on raw. There's not much util to actually counter some long-range gunfights for God's Reign. I mean, they're taking mid for free reign, and there's nothing to stop them. I haven't even seen a well-placed molly from Wawa that would have been on that elbow side.
Yeah, all I've been seeing is the phenomenal util usage coming from God's Reign, and it's just non-stop. When they push, when they blind. Now this time, Executor from behind, gonna be able to stop fired up at his tracks if he can. Nonetheless, though, it's still an eke around in their end, and they have complete control of the A side. Now it's about how well they're gonna be able to retake this with the guns they have at hand here, Ramon, and it's gonna be very hard, especially when Bobby is shooting in the server as well with R2B2. That's done and dusted. Put them under a broom and throw them under, because they are sinking like the Titanic, and they gotta stop it. You gotta save, find a door to float on, because God's Reign, oh, did he look like the iceberg? So strong and dominant.
I haven't really seen the Titanic.
No way.
Did I tell you that? Yeah, no, literally. I haven't even seen that movie. So all the references that you just told me, I'm completely oblivious to it. Which I think is the same case again for the side of Wawa, because they don't know what they're in for. A full rush on towards that A main position. So Bobby's calling the shots. He is the governor of the ancient map. It's freaky. He's deciding to settle in towards that donut spot, and I think he knows what's coming.
Just waiting for the opportunity to strike. Now this is quite different from God's Reign. They decide to play it slow. Normally we see, action pack, go again, rush mid, find the picks, play with the utils, but this time around, they're playing slow, and this might catch Wawa off guard, wondering what on earth is happening. We're not seeing any movement in the map. We do hear utils towards mid, but other than that, there's no major takeaway. As R2B2, they're trying to make some noise towards the A side, and Executor is able to get a kill on towards Ribbon. And now they start rotating in the side of Wawa. Could catch them at their tracks, but nonetheless, they have to go for the push with Fire Up leading the charge. Able to already shut one down, but okay with an up. Now that's big. That's the guy that you're supposed to be afraid of. That's the guy that tells, the nightmares to be at. But R2B2 getting the kill towards him. Although the damage has been done by OK and Innsmut, as there's only going to be a 1v2, 20 seconds remaining on the shot clock, and he has to make it fast. He has to play it quick. 15. The pressure is on here, Amon. Can he make it?
Yeah. Or he gets one of his own. That's a 1v1 now. R2B2. I think he knows that
time?
the last player is all the way around that donut spot badly. Or he gets some time. The op shot doesn't connect, but AK-47. R2B2 clutches up the 1v3. That is a huge moment for the Indian player. But man, oh man, that op shot was the hopes and dreams for OK. As they were actually at the brink of getting a breakthrough in this matchup, but R2B2 goes crazy. Absolutely fired up. And even though with the op shot, thanks to, again, the op provided to him by the dead body of OK, didn't really matter because he was quick enough to instinctively pick up the AK for himself yet again. That is an impressive display of skill. Quickness on the side of God's Reign as well to adapt to the situation. And again, this is after they invested all of their smokes on mid. That's why OK had a slim chance that op actually dealing a lot of impact in towards that A main position. But it didn't matter in the end.
I mean, you talked about this in the previous map, right? There are holes in the defense coming from Wawa, and I guess this is another hole coming from the. It was a 1v3. They didn't necessarily have to go for the 1v1s. They could have probably just waited for time, waited for him to go for the plant, and then peek together, right? Go for the 1-2-3 swing from behind, swing from, front of him, and then go for the trades. But going for the decision of dueling him without having, he had the numbers advantage already. It's like you're giving him that opportunity to just win the round, and that's what it felt like. That they went for such an aggressive play when they didn't need to be aggressive because they were already at the driver's seat of things. And it's definitely a round that they should have won 100%.
Let me remind you that he had 5 seconds to plant the bomb, but you know what he did? He just let him plant. That really is like the biggest mistake that he could have actually gotten. I mean, I can excuse like the isolated frags in that 1v3 because really that was all him. That was definitely his skill, but to let them plant the bomb was his biggest mistake because then he had all the resources in his disposal. Yeah, no smoke, but there was an AK next to him. There was an AWP if he wanted. So he locked down that donut spot. And the thing is, right, he already knew that he was around donut, so there was no doubt in his mind where he could be coming from. Wawa attempting another donut rush. It is an opportunity for God's Reign to rain terror all across the mid site. A double for Finn as well. The spray comes on through. R2B2 will get shut down by Freaky. 2v4. And Wawa trying to fight for scraps to take that AK-47 in hand. But God's Reign are happy to take the bomb plan over towards the B site.
I don't know if you remember this, but this was flashbacks, by the way, Ramon. This is the same play that Fired Up did on towards mid, where they go for the smoke and then they'll go for the flash play. And they did it again. God's Reign. A lot of tricks being shown here. As Finn, hoping to go for a pick, will be found out instead. The option. Oh, okay, Riven. I thought that was gonna hit, but looks like he moved. So, nonetheless, though, they're gonna try and save whatever gun they can get. But look who's behind. It's Fired Up. He's aiming like the god that he is. In another round one, 7-1.
Okay, I was watching it back on YouTube, and you want to know how Revan didn't hit the shot? He actually was supposed to, but you know why he did? He got hit by the deagle. And it's the same CS2 bug where if somebody takes damage while he's holding the AWP scope, they get running inaccuracy for some reason. That's a bug that's been plaguing CS2 for quite some time now. That's also partially why Simple hasn't been playing for about a couple of months. CS2 is not a perfect game, ladies and gentlemen. That's the moral of the story here.
I mean, it's always gonna take some time before you can wrap those patches up. So nowadays, okay, again, he has the op, and like we said, Ancient is pretty hard to use the op, but he finds his own ways, and boy does he. Meanwhile, the spray, hoping for a wall bang, but I gotta be able to find it. God's Reign, though, quite different on how they're playing this one out. Rivet, he was flashed, and the wall bang from Innsmouth. Did you see that? He got the kill. A spin as well, finds another, and through the smoke, he sniffs him out. He knows what's up. Don't hide there. I know you're there. He gets the kill. Now bring back to a 2v3, as they have complete advantage so far in mid. So, God's Reign, they're in the far end of the stretch here.
I'm a little worried that Executor is pushing a little bit too far, because there's a chance that if he actually pushes onto Revan, that's a quick little op shot for him. But a good thing is that he's already wrapped around the lower mid position, so he's going to be the rotator. He's going to be the flank for Wawa if they do actually take this chance. Gun out of the gun for Finn, and it's the next fight over to Innsmouth, who does expect him on the crossy angle. It's 1v3 for Revan, who decides to pick up the AK and die to the hands of bullets. So it's a 2-7 in the hands of Wawa. Breakthrough for them. At least a bit of impact from Bullet this time compared to how he was on Mirage. He's, dare I say, invisible when he was performing on that side of the map. Now he's kind of bundled up with his team. And I remember we were talking about the win conditions for Wawa in the panel. I think it's important for them to take multiple rounds on the CT side, since initially the Ancient is CT sided, but God's Reign are making this look so good on the T side.
Yeah, and they're going back to their game plan again, which is mostly just take control of mid and play from there, and that's what they're doing. Numbers have already taken control of mid. Now it's just a matter of how they're going to play up against it. Looks like they want to push towards Sniper Nest here. But it's a rather difficult one, as Innsmouth gone in hand and on point as of the moment. Freaky just on the far right of things, hoping to find as much kills as they can. But they trade things off though for a 1-for-1. The end, 4v3. Still. Riven. Oh, that's gotta hurt from Bullet. He shot the gun first and it seems like he missed.
Innsmouth is flanking all across that red position, and he is using the trigger discipline. He's not hitting the shot yet. Doesn't know where everybody's coming from, and in fact, he finally does so. That's an ample amount of time for them, but they're not even biting the bullet. R2B to still in the same position. The spray doesn't connect onto Executor. That's another shot again from fired up. A 1v1. Executor. Right place, right time. But could this be the opening chance that they needed? Tap on the bomb. He could possibly kick this down. He does have the kit. He does have the kit. He's sticking it down. Bros don't think. Wow. Steals the round away like J-Rat robbery. Fired up, gets the frag, yes, but it doesn't matter because Wawa run away with the round itself. Third round for them. Quick decisive call for the guy who's holding it with the kit. God's Reign gonna be kicking themselves after losing both rounds in a row.
I love that. Innsmouth just came out of nowhere, out of the blue from the flank. But God's Reign, they weren't even worried about it. Like, okay, we can still win this one out. He's not gonna go for a full defuse, but did not notice. He had a kit and he was not removing. He was not getting out from it. Perfect play, perfect call from the team. This might be the start of a comeback. As long as they play this well, they can continue to do so. God's Reign, though, gonna get stopped at their tracks, playing rather slower than they would like. But still, Finn able to get the kill to a Freaky. That's rather big. Executor flashed on, but still able to get a kill then. And he's finding more! Could have been big until it's fired up. But still, he did tag him quite a bit, Ramon.
Yeah, a bit of damage done. It actually affect the next engagement, but Bavi, ooh, he was so low on HP. Finally, he actually gets bullet too. Again, we haven't been saying his name that much. Because his Mirage hasn't been doing too well, his Ancient, it's been up and down so far. So, okay, has to save up that AWP, and this time it hasn't been working out his favor so well. He's so close to the other guy. I don't know if he actually heard him on the other side of this wall. But the fact remains, God's Reign get the bomb plant over to the B site. This is another round where I might say is another classic mid-rush execution for the side of God's Reign. Off the back of good flashes from Revan, who has been, I wouldn't say demoted. I think he's I think he volunteered to be the guy who actually gives the util up for the team. So far, Fired Up has been thriving in that sort of chaos. I mean, what more can you ask other than 16 kills for somebody who's known to actually take aggressive stances all across this ancient map? An 8th round win for the side of God's Reign, one step closer to claiming their spot towards the playoffs. GG League Pro Series.
Okay, Bobby died somehow from the bomb, which was also interesting. But you know, at the end of the day, they're not afraid to lose money because they have so much money. And Executor, man, this guy, even in his splash, he was able to get a kill and almost even get a kill towards Fire Drop. But nonetheless, though, God's Reign, like I said, it's a symphony of utilities that they're good at. They're so well with playing with utilities that it almost seems unfair as Fired Up in R2B2 getting their set of kills already, spraying through the smoke and hoping to get more. He's definitely dead there with Finn just around the corner. And now they bring it back to a 4v2. Make that a 3v2. Because when OK has that op, yep, he's gonna kill somebody for sure.
Yeah. And sometimes it's more than just one person, so he's going to be good for one. Executor on the hunt, on the prowl to see if he can get the equalization. Remember, Fired Up from the previous engagement was so low on HP, but it doesn't matter. If your gun can one-tap just like that, doesn't matter what your health disadvantage was. It's a 1v3, okay, back-to-back rounds, has to save the AWP, but he gets spotted, so he's Fired Up. The perfect person for the job just gets taken out eventually. 2v1. He tries to reconvene back into the site, but he doesn't realize that they're both inside red. As mid has bled a lot of blood for Wawa as God's Reign. They claim multiple rounds in a row for themselves. Thanks to Fired Up, who he is staying true to his namesake. He is Fired Up. He is feeling it on this ancient map. And although there are lapses, some glimpses of hope for Wawa, especially in those clutch situations, they just can't put it over the finish line.
I guess it's a major issue right now. Now that they swap things around, though, you know, I don't know. Do you think? Well, to be honest, God's Reign do still play aggressive, even if they're in the CT. They still play and take notice of mid as much as possible. But this time it's gonna be an A stack, but a B stack, Ramon. That's only one person there is R2B2 on towards the mid top.
Yeah, and I mean, A side is usually where the side could be fully retake, but OK is gonna be okay with taking the shot anyway onto R2B2. So this is an opportunity for Wawa. Turn their money around, turn their life around into this matchup. And again, a kit on Bobby, but Freaky is able to dodge away from that. He's pushing on. Again, the red position, bleeding. But Executor is able to get another. It's all on Revan now. He doesn't have the kit, so remember. This is a time to strike for Wawa. They win pistol. They pull out another force buy in Revan. Well, he also gets met by 3 in the hands of Wawa, who push on towards the CT side. So a 9-4. Like Toxie mentioned on his Twitch chat, they need to win the pistol round. Check. Now they need to force buy and possibly force out the 5th round win for them, secure a good opening, and build up that momentum to possibly stake God's Reign on the CT side, which honestly, it's not even the side that they dominated from the previous game. It was really their T side where they showed a lot of promise coming up to the next coming round.
Now they're playing aggressive, Ramon. This is what they're good at, and they're able to get kills already. Revan and Finn finding their set of frags already with the utilities they had at hand. This is the pistols making it work, and they're just pushing and rushing. They're not afraid. They're already pre-firing. R2B2 finding another inspeed. That are hurt, but the shots are not enough. He has the nade. He's gonna play with a Mac if he can. Again, goes back to the pistols. I don't need this gun, he says.
Now he has 2 options. He could actually save up this Mac 10 for the next round, or, you know, throw his pride away and probably Oh, not throw away the pride. Actually, keep his pride to himself. Actually, goes back, wraps around. That's the best player for the job, but Innsmouth just wins out the gunfight in the end. So AK-47 still kept for the next round. Another one as well for Wawa. Building the rounds as they go. It was the force buy for God's Reign. So now you have to settle with those USPs. Now it's the classic strategy of where they're gonna want to full stack the roster. I mean, it's like the pistol round where they kept one player on red while everybody else was just stacking on B. Now I can see the same strategy happening this time around. And there it is. Quad stack on the B site. While they give Wawa the benefit of the doubt, take A site for free, what have you. You don't have any guns at all. Just, make yourself at home.
Well, they do love their 8 takes here, and even if they have pistols, Ramon, you have to be reminded. they already getting kills across the map. Riven with R2B2 self fired up with a 1 taps on towards the head. These guys, they're monsters, even with pistols. So don't count them out yet.
There's a flank coming through, but it doesn't matter. The front lines, they have squeaked across the board on CT. I mean, honestly, that kind of got me sweating. I thought there was another round where God's Reign actually ran it out of the hat yet again. After those couple of pistol kills, I mean, it kind of got me going, but Wawa just realizes that they have better guns, so why don't they just force the fight anyway? CT position. You also got multiple frags out for Innsmouth, who I gotta say is an underrated player in my eyes so far into this matchup. Even in Mirage, he was putting out some impactful frags as well. Will this be the start of the comeback that Wawa have been looking for? Since they're down a map, Bobby, nice double nade setup. Also supported by Fired Up. This is one of the things that has been talked about at God's Reign. They're good at utility usage.
I mean, that's a big star player gone. That's okay. It's a big guy to lose immediately, but Innsmouth, I mean, we didn't really see much of him in map number 1, but map number 2, him and Executor, they're the stars of the show. They are the guys who are cooking for a comeback, and boy, oh boy, are they. Although they're blocking each other out. Don't knife your teammate, buddy! That was a bit of close one.
Damage?
He almost did. He jumped, thankfully. Because if he didn't, it would have been swiping on towards Innsmouth. But lucky for him, he didn't. Now going back to their comfort zone, which is always the A site take. They do love taking the A site. They do love holding that down, and they did tremendously well though. But this time though, full buy from God's Reign is the main question if they can even hold it.
They have a smoke for CT, so Revan is going to have a lot of trouble holding that same angle. Smoke on Donut as well, so Temple is their biggest weakness. That's the time where Fired Up has to make a play happen. They push out on towards the A side itself, but Fired Up, a wide peak, a perfect nade. A nice refrag on the side of Executor as Finn and the rest of the squad of God's Reign have to play a perfect retake scenario. How many kits do we have? We have 2 from Finn and R2B2, but they also have to survive in order to put out the fire that is Wawa. The push shot on towards the side itself. Finn and Executive take blow for blow, a 1v1, and Freaky decides that he will play the passive game. Remember, Revan has the kit, so he can take a lot of time and win out the 1v1 as well. Another crucial 3v3 one-out by God's Reign, thanks to the resources that are still available to them.
Util Masters. That's what I'm gonna call God's Reign, man. Util Masters. Getting the kill, first of all, getting the kill was okay. Their AWP player with just nades, that was a massive hit towards the confidence of Wawa. Because OK was always the guy who has been clutching time and time again for them. And losing that star player kind of set them back quite a bit. Not even quite a bit. Big time.
I don't normally criticize, but he didn't even tap the bomb, so why was there a need to peek?
That's also a good question. Pressure, Ramon. Pressure, nerves, maybe the call from the team. It gets kind of confusing when there's too much communication happening. And it kind of puts a disarray where you kind of panic. And panic he might have done. Meanwhile, Riven, again with an up shot, up kill, gets a second one as well. Gets stacked down badly, but the damage is there. Already big in their side. God's Rain, though, they do lose a member. That's going to be Finn, as well as Fired
Wow.
Up. Freaky. You can't leave him on his leash there, because he goes crazy. R2B2 shuts him down, though.
Back to the 3v2. As Wawa slow paced because they're forced up in these situations. I feel like God's Reign are just too quick right now to adjust. Like wallbang headshot yet again for Revan. The op shot sings, but it doesn't matter, it doesn't hit because R2B2 was the star all along. He was the main protagonist from this movie that is God's Reign all across this ancient map, and it's looking like we are at the third inning, the final act of God's Reign's ancient map. Wawa are at their knife's edge. Literally, no money to bestow upon anybody. Nothing to behold on this map in particular. It's a force buy across the board for Tech 9s, a Mac 10, again for Executor. Will they stack all their bets against God's Reign's B site? It's a B rush, a Molly in hand, perfectly placed in time. Look at the damage done. Look at the amount of time that they wasted. R2B2 will get two, another for Finn as well. Wawa have attempted a force buy rush onto the B site, and God's Reign are quick to defend it.
Yeah, I just love to see how God's Reign has been playing. I mean, they're doing the bait and switch, Ramon. The bait and switch. You see where one guy is, and then another one pops up and just shoots them down with a rain of bullets. Now, Wawa, you know, in their hand, they have Freaky, but honestly, it's not really an advantage to win this one out. It feels like this might be the beginning of the end, Ramon, where the pressure, the nerves, or even just the way God's Reign has been playing, they're just too damn good. It always feels like they're two steps ahead, and Wawa's just one step behind.
Yeah. I'm fired up. Almost like when somebody's within his vicinity, there was a noise for him. Almost like he knew that Wawa are about to strike from behind. And that's when they give match point. Qualifier point on the side of God's Reign this time. They win the next round. We'll see them in the playoffs. Or Pro Series so far. I mean, what a heck of a way to do it as well. Full form roster. One of the best teams in India, if not the best team right now. And
They're doing it again?
with Wawa on the brink of actually getting the same time in a row. I'm trying to attempt at this point in time. R2B2, he always hits these except for that last one. Bullet fired off with that Tech 9 in hand. 4v4. Nice flash. Nice shot from Revan.
Yeah, GG's.
Another one for God's Reign. A 13-6. Thanks to a very, very good shot again. Wow. I mean, God's Reign and Wawa, first place, second place. I mean, they're going to qualify over to the playoffs. But God's Reign will move on with more money in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, that's something to celebrate about. I've always felt like the journey of God's Reign has been smooth sailing. There's not a single team that I have seen that really pushed them to the boundaries, other than, I guess, Wawa during the first half of Mirage. But other than that, it felt like smooth sailing. They never felt like they were at the back end of things, and they just dominated, Ramon. They just dominated the qualifiers.
Not even losing a map across, not even losing a map really all throughout the bracket as well. Remember, the stream games that we showed you guys, that wasn't even the start of their journey. Literally, God's Reign just decimated everybody in the competition. They started on BO1s, they took every single map, and when they were on the BO3s, that's where a lot of doubt was put into their minds, especially how their full power was going to look like coming into this tournament. And well, they very well proved to us that not only are they the best team in India, but they could very well compete internationally with their full roster talks.
Yeah, GG, well played. I mean, God's Reign throughout, they've showed dominant performance. They've, showed us what they're capable of, whether it's the rifles or the pistols or the clutches, which I think were the highlight of tonight's stream, because the amount of clutches that they won is probably like the highest percentage I've ever seen, because all the crucial rounds that they needed to win, they won, whether it's R2B2 or others, because I think he had lots of clutches as well. So this is a skill, obviously, and you need to master this clutch ability, because it just makes a whole lot of difference. Because so many of these rounds, if they were lost, they would have went to an eco or something, or the opponents would have a lot of money. So, shout out to all the opponents that faced God's Reign and put on a good fight, because lots of these teams are newly formed teams, or they're actually just mixes that got together for this event. So I'm sure in the next months we'll probably see the same names over and over, because we're not gonna see God's Reign, so that's luckily for them, but we're definitely gonna see those same names. GG once again. Wah put on a very good fight. I think if Bullet was slightly in his form, I think they would have been a difference maker. But Ancient is a tough map when you're losing 7-1, or I don't know what was the score, but it was a huge lead. And that's what I was afraid of, because I don't think we've seen God's Reign being on the losing side. They've always been on the winning side. And this is the bracket for you. God's Reign started off quite well, knocking out their Indian brothers there, and then Elo Delivery also losing against No Hard Feelings. Semi-final was one-sided. On the other side as well, 2-0, 2-0 for Wah and Aim Stars. And eventually God's Reign managed to win this whole thing without dropping a single map. That shows pure dominance from the Indian squad. And Ramon, JT, you've been here since yesterday, and you've seen the performance of God's Reign. Do you think this is a team that potentially has not even winning this GG League process, but even winning, let's say Asian qualifiers leading to international events?
I think that was their biggest challenge anyway, Toxie. I think since they were already strong in their region in particular, I think their biggest challenge was if they could step up internationally. By the time that they got their full roster, they know in their power that they had the potential. Now they kind of unlocked it a little bit more towards this qualifier alone, and they faced their biggest fear. A lot of teams actually studied a lot for their VODs and actually put up a little bit of a challenge, especially in this grand final alone, especially in that Mirage game where a lot of their star players are actually hitting their shots, but it always came down to the clutches when they needed to the most. And because of that, I'm very well kind of convinced that they could put up a fight. I don't know if they're gonna win. It's kind of too early to tell.
All right, JT, I'll get back to you in a second. Did you guys forget? We still have one giveaway winner here. Do you guys want some giveaways in the chat? Do you want a 3 months free subscription to MESL so you can enjoy amazing gameplays, toxic-free environments, as I always say, and potential to win $250 as a cash prize for the leaderboard? If you guys want, that, let me know in the chat. All right, I see some people, they actually want that. Maybe we'll select a new. JT, give us a keyword here for participants.
Oh, you put me under the pressure.
Yeah, man.
Bullet. That's the first thing that came to my mind.
I thought he was gonna say Titanic or something, because you went full ham, icebergs and sinking boats.
Yeah, that came out.
All right, then if you want a free subscription for 3 months, type Bullet in the chat. I'll also type for good luck. And we'll see who's gonna win for Bullet. I don't think there's a lot of participants, but we'll see who's gonna win. Guys, if you play an MESL, please participate. If you don't and you want to try, then please participate. If you don't want to play and you don't want to take someone else's luck, just don't participate. All right, Amir, I think we can go. Let's see who's gonna win the 3 months free subscription. I won.
Rigged.
It's rigged. It's rigged.
The guy hosting wins it.
Oh my god, I won again. What the hell?
It's really rigged. He won twice.
All right, then 1DXD, you are the winner. Congratulations, after you took twice my luck. So, congrats to you. Make sure you, Amir, maybe give him the instructions so he can take that 3 months. I mean, 3 months is that means it's around $18. Yeah, that's $18. It's a good chunk of money you save there, and lots of brain cells. And perhaps you're gonna you're gonna win the top prize pool, whether it's a knife or cash. So yeah, congrats to you. And yeah, JT, just going back to you before closing this final. So you've obviously seen Mirage, Ancient, God's Reign. Very, very dominant performance. We haven't seen much of Wahwa in the T side. I feel like in CT, they were slowly. Actually, no, the opposite side. So on the T side, they were slowly making a comeback, but then the aggressiveness and they couldn't do much. Is there some advice you can give to Wahwa, and also maybe no hard feelings for the next tournaments that they're gonna participate in? You know, from a spectator perspective, you might see things they didn't see.
Yeah, I feel like number one thing is more on their strategy. It feels like they're more on reactionary and just playing on their raw aim. And it felt like when they use their utilities, it's not as high quality as how God Rain were using it, the way they were able to take mid side. And it's more on going back to the drawing board and practicing. I mean, number one, first things though, of course, Wawa is going to have a lot of months of practice before we go to the main event. But for no hard feelings, like these guys, I feel like they're a formidable team that there's going to be a lot of eyes on them. Just because I feel that in Nuke, they get the most run for the gun on towards God's Reign. It almost felt like God's Reign was going to lose finally a single map just because of these guys. So this is going to be a team that I'm looking forward to. And I hope to see them register more for the qualifiers. Because just who knows in a month, how strong are they going to be? How good are they going to be once they get their communication done? Right? It's a bit messy in their comms where there's a lot of people talking. But if they have one fine leader really communicating, then everything's going to be smoothing out. And that's what I really am excited for. Same with Wawa. There's a lot of things to iron out with their strategies. But once they get that done, I mean, you said Bullet didn't really have necessarily the best day. But maybe when we see him have that day, I think they have a chance of taking, the tournament itself. So I'm looking forward to it. And there's so many hidden gems, honestly. So I'm very thankful for tournaments like this because we get to see so many new faces and so many new teams that they can continue to evolve, right? And it really grows the region as is. And I'm so happy for it.
Wise words, JT. Wise words. Ramon, anything you want to add before we end the show?
Well, I think enough has been said. I think for me, I'm just really glad to be able to have the opportunity to see a lot of talent come out through from this qualifier alone. We've seen the pride of India actually taking the crown, while the rest of the GCC as well as MENA actually have a lot more chances up for grabs. So for the next time that we see them, all I can say is good luck and have fun.
All right, thank you so much, Ramon and JT. Thanks to PLG and everyone at the studio for observing and adminning, and Amir on the the back end. So thank you guys so much for this, as well as our lovely director West. You've been annoying, but we like you. Thank you to EZQ as well and Face It. And it's been a lovely stream. And most of all, thank you for all the viewers and the chatters that's been there since yesterday. Hopefully we see you guys in a few weeks where we have our second qualifier. So make sure you guys tune in if you want to participate. The registration's open. You can search for MESL or GG League and you'll find us. So thank you once again, everyone, and we hope you have a lovely. Well, I mean, it's probably nighttime now, so I hope you have sweet dreams and a good night, and we'll catch you in a few weeks' time. Take care.
Chicken shawarma, please.
See ya.